heard your cries, we saw your pain. So here it is, we've done it again. A bold new vision, a system divine. Get ready, heroes, it's power time. We forged new flames from the ones you knew, with different colors and shaders too. It's blood, it's chaos, it's frost on cue. A brand new power that's barely new. They speak of legends forged in pain, of heroes lost in worlds in chains. But every tale they raise up higher was written to sell one more power. Power of blood, power of flame, power of buzzwords that all sound the same. Power of gold, power of grind, power they sell while they weaken your mind. Power of light, power of lore, power that's gated behind a door. Sound the horns, let fools devour, all kneel before the season of power. Why settle for depth when you could pay? We streamline fun the monetized way. A pass to earn, a pack to buy, 1,000 powers, just $9.95. A seasonal grind with a shop that thrives. We powered your class with our design lies. Your wallet's a stat and it's scaling fast. Innovation, just check the past. They speak of legends forged in pain, of heroes lost in worlds in chains. But every tale they raise up higher was written to sell one more power. Power of blood, power of flame, power of buzzwords that all sound the same. Power of gold, power of grind, power they sell while they weaken your mind. Power of light, power of lore, power that's gated behind a store. Sound the horns, let fools devour, all kneel before the season of power. We reach the stars with a single word, a power unspoken, now finally heard. No need for depth, no time for change, just add more powers, rearrange. And while you're here, there's more to play. Diablo Immortal, download today. You got phones right, the future's clear. We'll sell you greatness year by year. Power of blood, power of flame, power of systems too dumb to name.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we're going to be playing a brand new game titled Fellowship. Now, I want to apologize to everybody at the beginning of this stream because, I don't know, I wasn't thinking, and I forgot that all the D4 news dropped at 11. So I'm going to read and go through some of the Diablo 4 news. Then we'll play some Fellowship, okay? So I know we should have... I didn't time it right. I don't know. Nobody reminded me. VC told me on Discord, and I was like, oh, damn it. I forgot all the D4 crap drops today. But we are getting more powers. Guilty didn't remind me either. Guilty, he didn't remind me ever. Yes, it's the Fellowship. Everybody knows that. Also, I said it yesterday, yeah, but not this morning. You know, I need to know day of. Everybody knows that. If you don't tell me day of, I'm like, I don't know. I didn't even realize there was D4 stuff. Season of buzzwords that all sound the same. I don't know what you're talking about. This is like a new D4. Also, Riker's got some interview dropping in a few minutes. I don't know. Anything new or recycled stuff again? Well, we're going to look through a little bit of it now. There's new stuff. Yeah, we've got angel powers, bro. Sloppy, Aaron, sloppy. I know how you boys like them sloppy. Lady, you're scaring us. We should read the LE roadmap. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's funny. We should read the LE roadmap. Okay, I've got a theory. You know, the EHG marketing team knew that today was dedicated to Diablo 4, you know, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is all Diablo 4 news. So they're waiting. They've been holding the roadmap for Friday morning. That's it. That's gotta be it. Guys, cope? No, that's what it is. It's dropping tomorrow morning for sure. Right? Yep, that's it. See, Devil Dog gets it. Oh, sure. Good morning, VC. Toxic Diesel. Devil Dog Hammer. Trevor, good morning. Farva, what up? Roland, hello. Schwartz, what's up? Slider. Dren, hello. Xathius, good morning. Heavy, thanks for the subs. Guilty Brow, Banana, good morning, good morning. Pint, hello.
Are you ready to polka?
Rescue, hello. Heavy, thanks for the 5 subs and the resub and the hype train. Oh, brother. Looks like we're starting with Polka. Mark, what's up? Yeah, they announced PTR early. Slider number 2 or number 1. Hello. Big guy, what's up? Angel powers. Everybody wants angel powers. Bamster, hello. Schwartz is everywhere. We can forget D4. That's okay, old brother. So Pally class go with angel powers? I don't know. They're finally reenacting the original D4 plan. Yeah, only 2.5 years later. Imagine getting D4 PTR before the LE roadmap. Okay, now Banana, you're pushing it too far now. Don't. Diablo 4 still being developed? Wow, beat that dead horse. I mean, it's only the biggest action RPG tenfold. You ready for polka? Yeah, Banana, you're done for the day. You're done. Heavy, thanks for the subs, brother. Thank you, thank you. We're never getting the roadmap, and when we do, it'll be completely out of date and useless. Stop it. Ellie is now beholden to the shareholders. You stop it too. Hey, Luz. Everyone, today we're going to be playing some Fellowship. Fellowship. Also, where's Cajun and West at? I'm almost done with my car. How does it handle drones? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean drones? What are you talking about? That's not funny. You know there's a server issue happening in Fellowship. Trevor, I don't know anything. No, I don't know that. We're gonna get to Fellowship. First, I gotta read all this stuff. No, I'm sorry. First, I want to be informed on this. That's what I meant to say. Don't forget your ring. Oh, brother. Reading? Yes, I'm gonna, glance at, we're gonna read it slow. I mean, we're not gonna do that much reading. We'll look at it, you know. We better settle in. What is that supposed to mean? All right. Now, I haven't read this yet, but I'm guessing we're going to see something like finally getting loot filters. We're done with powers. You know, stuff like that. Aaron isn't a reader. He's more of a pretty face. Why are you laughing, Diesel? What's so funny? Why are you laughing? Guys? Better crafted. Chaos armor is staying for sure. Okay. Your face is funny. Your face is funny. All right. Here we go. Story time. 2.5 PTR, what you need to know. PTR is available October 21st. All right. So it drops in 5 days. And no, we're not getting the PTR before the LE roadmap. That's not gonna happen. Okay. So don't right. Wait, right? Right. Guys. Anyways, PTR's coming. Man, I feel like the season just dropped. That's crazy. Item, journey, reworks, tempering, and masterworking. What do we got? We're changing the item journey in a big way based on community feedback. We're overhauling the entire journey. Difficult tiers. Tempering has changed significant ways. Tempering and masterworking has been refocused around the most core elements. Customization. You can now select which specific affix you want to apply. Yay! Guys, has there ever been a game where there's deterministic crafting? Let's use, I don't know, like a shard, or you pick an affix and then when you click it, it goes up. This, I've never heard of this before. Sounds made up. Path of Epoch. Okay. No, that does not exist. Okay, thank God. So tempering, you can now pick the specific affix, and it will be and you'll have it applied. Items can now only have one tempered affix. Okay, so you get to pick your tempered affix. Got it. Masterworking. Masterworking no longer increases the item affix values. Instead, it improves the quality of an item, which gives a bonus to the base damage, armor, and resistance. Now, this is also something I've never heard of before, guys. You're going to be able to take that item and improve, you've probably never heard this word, the quality of it. And I'm sure they're not going to pick some like rudimentary number like 20 levels. Items can be masterworked to a maximum quality threshold of 20. What a mind reader. Okay. Well, I have seen that before. Once at maximum quality, you can re-roll the last one for the capstone bonus, which takes a non-greater affix on your item and makes it a greater affix. Okay. Which means all of your ancestral gear will be at least 2 greater affixes because it guarantees 1, and now you'll get a second one once you get the quality up. Okay. It's almost like Blizzard is referencing other material. What are you guys talking about? Let me, like, what are you talking about? Upgrading the quality in an item to level 20 and deterministically picking what affix gets applied. This has never been done before. Everybody knows that. Okay. Reach untold heights with sanctification. Sanctification. Your deeds in protecting the downtrodden have not gone unnoticed, Wanderer. A fraction of power from the high heavens has become available to your plight for the up-and-coming season. Sanctification is your opportunity to take the ascendant power of the angels. Power? More? Wait, what? What? Power? And welcome to powers. The power of the angels and imbue it into your items. Sanctification has a chance to do all this crap. Sanctification your items makes it unmodifiable, ending the journey. This should be the last upgrade you make to your item. Okay, this process, I don't know. Let's just give it a random name. Val. Let's just call it. It's the first thing that, let's call it a system that you don't know what's going to happen, that you do to the item, that's the last. I'm just going to call it Val. So we got deterministic crafting, quality up to level 20, and Val. So a couple things coming to D4. Without bricking it, how did you think of this fantastic name? It just came to me. It just came to me. All right. Bringing Vals to Diablo Blizzard. Hard up. So many powers. What makes a class unique anymore? Bro, don't start talking crap about powers, all right? Don't start talking crap about powers. Are we going to watch this? God, we should just... All right, we'll watch a little bit of it. All right, break time. We made it to Val. I hate it when Mark says you should buckle down because it's going to take me forever. It's not going to take me. We're going to be playing Fellowship in a minute. All right? I don't even know what this countdown's for. Riker's interview? I just want to see it. Just giving me a minute. Is there audio on it?
Hey folks, this is Riker, And Diablo 4 Season 11 has some big changes coming. Tempering and masterworking overhaul, a new special seasonal crafting mechanic, a new challenging leaderboard activity, and more. And we've got some devs from the Diablo 4 team here with us to talk about all this and answer our questions. First, a quick round of introductions.
Well, hey everybody, my name is Owen Leach. I'm the Seasons Lead on Season 11, and I'm also the lead encounter designer on Diablo 4.
Yes, he's watching himself.
Hey guys, I'm Aislinn Hall. I'm a systems designer on Diablo 4, working specifically on the final design team.
Do you guys want this to be louder?
Seasons.
Probably, yeah. Here, this is loud.
Remember, she's the one that dropped the F-bomb. Remember, and it was like all relatable. You remember that?
Peshkov's name familiar. Guys,
my
please stop doing blurbs.
or we're gonna permanently disable blurbs on this channel forever.
Peshkov monk item that was named after you. You've been on Team 3 quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Way back, way back. All right, folks, and right after this video finishes, you can go ask your questions to these three individuals. They'll be on the Sanctuary Discord, again, to answer any follow-up questions as soon as this is no longer live. And
So I don't know
right
how
now,
to
folks,
turn
will be
off
farming
blurbs. I don't have time to look
Twitch
into it. Please
until
stop
October
using
17th
blurbs, or
at
I'm gonna
11
ban
a.m.
them from the channel
PDT
forever.
by watching 30 minutes of anyone live streaming in the Diablo.
Oh, Riker's fired up. Oh, he's fired up on. I know how to disable blurbs. Never mind. Sorry.
Topic in the community for quite a while. People, I've mentioned.
Oh my gosh, I'm in the corner talking crap. You've got Riker walking and Riker doing an interview with. Oh, this should be good.
There with you, sitting there bricking my 3 GAs and crying in town. Well, I guess the the good news is that you're no longer going to be able to brick your items with tempering, right? The big change that we'd like to highlight is that tempering recipes no longer roll from a pool of affixes. You get to just directly pick the affix that you want. It's still going to roll within a range, but
Peak
yeah, you just get to
content.
deterministically pick whatever affix you want, put it on your item. To account for this kind of
Guys, right now we're supposed to be playing Fellowship, but the servers are down. So we're waiting for those to come. That's why we're not playing, FYI.
So currently you can only do it once, but you'll be able to reset as many times as you want. And to account for the fact that we've removed a tempering affix, we're adding one more base affix back to non-unique items into the pool. So you're not down in affix in terms of raw item power.
There you go. So right off the bat, this is, I'm sure you've just made a lot of people very, very happy. And alongside this, right, masterworking, people were been complaining about having to reset at 12 and the cost of, they're trying to get their triple crits. We got a huge overhaul to masterworking. It is basically just masterworking in name only now. How does masterworking work as of Season 11?
Right. So yeah, we've completely redone the way masterworking works. At a high level, masterworking is no longer going to increase an item's affix values, and the 12 discrete stages are gone. So like no more 5% to all affixes, 25% to one affix stuff. That's completely gone. Instead, you can kind of conceptualize masterworking in 3 different stages. The first stage is the quality stage. When you masterwork an item, you're going to apply a new stat to it called quality. You're going to apply a random amount every time you masterwork. And what quality does is it just gives a multiplicative bonus to the base stat of an item. So for weapons, it's the damage. For armor, it's the armor. And for your jewelry, it's the resist all. Items can be masterworked up to a maximum quality threshold, which is 20%.
20% max?
Once you've hit that 20% quality, you're done with this part of masterworking. So as an example, if you have a 1000 DPS weapon, you quality it all the way up to max, you'll have a 1200 DPS weapon. Once you're done with that, you can masterwork your item one more time, and we like to call this the masterworking capstone. And what this does is it just GAs a non-GA affix on your item, right? And this can hit tempered affixes too, by the way, so your weapon tempers. And once you've done this masterworking capstone, we allow you to re-roll the specific affix that was GA'd for a cost, of course, but you're able to re-roll the masterworked GA without resetting the quality level back to 0.
So all we're doing is now resetting the capstone as opposed to having to build it all the way back up. Masterwork 1, 2, 3, 4. Pray to get the 3
right,
affix.
Yeah, no more waiting for the cosmos to align and being like 750,000 gold or million. Gold
Yeah, all the people who are like, "Oh, I'm burning all my gold on
want.
masterworking resets." So the cost of trying.
Everybody, today we're playing the early access launch of Fellowship. The servers are currently down. While we're doing that, this is the live video reveal from Riker with the D4 team on the reveal of the 11 PTR and all the changes.
Probability, right? If you think about the old system, you know, if you're masterworking a legendary item, you have a 20% chance to get the affix that you want, and you have to do this 3 times, right? So I think it's 25 masterwork resets on average to get a double crit, and 125 to get a triple crit, right? With the new system, hitting the affix that you want is significantly easier, right? So if you take a 1 GA item in the new system, right, and you try to masterwork it, you have a 1 out of 4 chance of hitting the affix that you want. So statistically, like, you're gonna get it. You have a 99% chance of getting it within like 10 or 11 resets. So it's gonna be much easier. The other cool thing about this system is that like, the better quality your item is, the easier it is to do this, right? Because if you go in there with a 1 GA, it's a 1 out of 4. But if you go in there with a 3 GA, it's only 1 out of 2.
Bingo. Awesome. Now, prior to Season 4 and the introduction of masterworking and tempering, we did have a crafting system that I think operated kind of similar, at least prior to the capstone, where I think we were like 10 discrete steps of, was it increasing item power, I believe, or item level?
Yeah, there's some similarities to the old system. You're right in that you were able to upgrade it. I can't remember how many discrete steps. Was it 5 or 10? But it would increase the item power.
Mr. Diablo Man, your name is Mr. Diablo Man. You can't talk crap when we're watching Diablo Man.
This kind of is a much more elegant version, and you know, we think quality is really cool, and we might find other applications for it in the future as well.
Yeah, I think it's also like
Cajun, that's not funny.
A much longer possibility space of, or like, being able to make an item even cooler and stronger than before, certainly with the system that existed before Season of Blue Reborn. So you'll have way more space to like turn an item into something so much more powerful than what it was. So yeah.
All right. Now, again, tempering, masterworking, these have been topics that the community has been discussing for a year plus, and something that you folks keep reiterating in the dev streams is feedback. We're listening to feedback, and for those paying attention and following along, we do see 6 months or 12 months later, feedback does get implemented. But to some people, it might give the perception of, oh well, they're not actually listening to feedback. Why do we feel it could be so long between feedback and implementation or acting from your part?
Yeah, I mean, I think
she
ultimately
looks
it really just comes down to the fact that we
off,
want to be really sure that we're making
She does
the right
not
changes.
look
we don't want to be
happy
making,
right
like,
now.
you know,
What
quick
kind of
fixes
question is
or
that?
knee-jerk reactions, especially when it comes to like these core foundational systems.
She sure
I feel like when you are touching systems like this, you really have to like measure a bunch of times before you cut. It'd be pretty irresponsible to kind of like, let's rework tempering based on the whim and ebb and flow of like one particular season's meta or something like that, right? So.
Yeah, I also think it just highlights the importance of the upcoming PTR and why it's so great to get your feedback now, because
I've never seen this guy before. He's never been on any of that.
that was so helpful.
Now, that's not the only crafting things happening. For Season 11 specifically, we got a new crafting mechanic, Sanctification. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, Sanctification is really cool. So ultimately, Sanctification is kind of like your last big swing at making your item super cool. It sits at the very end of the item journey, and really, you kind of get one shot to make your item as awesome as possible. There's a lot of variance in the system, but once you sanctify your item, you get one of a number of random things that can happen to it, and then that.
Came here for Fellowship, leaving because of Diablo 4. Silent Walker, I'll change the game name. It's down right now. The game's down. Here, I'll do it live. You can even watch it. Diablo 4. Bam. 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 I'm sorry. Bam.
Oh, man. Well, I think... the grand prize is you can get an additional legendary power.
Some examples
on your item.
right here.
And I mean, this can be a legendary, this could be a unique, or this could be a mythic, right? Like, you could get some pretty insane outcomes in that regard. There's a bunch of other really cool stuff, but I'll highlight an example from a recent playthrough that I had. I was playing a Hydrasaur,
6.5%
and I slammed an amulet, and I got
That's a
Orange
special
Herald on
sanctified
it.
athletes.
So I was like, oh, okay, this is great. This is like utterly amazing, and I used it for the next like 30 levels. So
awesome.
It's a lot of BAMs.
To sanctify, we're going to be using a resource called Heavenly Sigils. Is that right?
Right. So Heavenly Sigils are used to sanctify endgame items, as I Power 750s and Ancestrals. Pre-Torment, there will be a slightly different loop where you earn a chance to sanctify your items when you complete activities. But once you're in Torment, you'll earn these sigils, which you will be able to kind of bank up and use whenever you want to sanctify stuff whenever you want.
The Slam Craft resource. This is a consumable item, and do we get it via a drop? Are we earning it via an activity?
Both. Well, it's used as a crafting currency. You can also use it in your inventory to teleport to the place where you do sanctification. It's a little quality of life thing. But yeah, you're earning it as a material. There are a few guaranteed sources of Heavenly Sigils. I think they are Bartok, Giga Belial, the ultimate layer boss Belial, and
Fellowship, the game we're supposed to be playing, the servers are down. We're watching the new stuff for Diablo.
And Nightmare Dungeon bosses.
Moose Rack.
So we're going to be a lot more powerful in Season 11 thanks to the new sanctification crafting system, but the game is also getting more challenging via an overhaul to monster combat. Do you want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're calling it Evolve Monster Combat. And at its core is we're taking a look holistically at the monsters in our game and seeing that, from where we started in base game to where we are now, monsters really haven't changed that much. So it's about bringing our monsters up to speed with the speed of the player and changing a lot about each of our individual monsters, but focusing on hit reliability. And
Rob was saying for his Diablo 4 Season 10 video, there are builds that can do 110 trillion damage. Most people don't even see the monster, let alone its like movement patterns or ability. I don't know about this one.
And then we're also doing a lot of work around monster rarities. So, our base monster rarities, you got your normal monsters, then we have minions, champions, and elites, and then there's a couple other super elites, unique elites, but those are the ones we're focusing on. So elites previously were kind of a slightly harder unit. They had a few affixes on them, and maybe when you fought them, you took notice. Maybe you just kind of wiped them off the face of the planet and didn't even notice. But now we're boosting the difficulty.
What are we seeing right there?
Fairly considerably. So before you might have a single monster show up, or single elite, maybe two elites show up at a given time, and they've got 2-3 affixes on them.
Also,
they added powers to monsters.
5 minions, and all of those monsters will share affixes. So you'll have a pack of 6 monsters throwing mortar at you, throwing frozen at you, throwing all sorts of affixes at you at the same time. So that's going to represent a meaningful increase in difficulty, and with that, we're also going to sort of adjust the pacing a little bit. So you're not going to run into elite back to back to back to back, because that would just make the whole game harder. But it's about creating a meaningful spike in difficulty that gets you out of your chair and take notice, right? So you don't sort of just space out and smoke everything. So harder elite encounters, but less often, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. So, I mean, currently we kind of play the game on 2 speeds. There's speed farming, which at endgame, where there's speed farming where we're mowing through things. Then there's like kind of pit pushing where we're testing our metal and the combat does slow down. Do you anticipate we're going to feel, or is the design intent for us to feel these changes just like when we're pit pushing, or also just when we're speed farming?
I think, since we touched every single monster and all their behaviors are different, you will feel them everywhere. I think we made meaningful changes to a lot of different monster families. To quote Art, this is Diablo, and you can outmath monsters, so you can be strong enough. If you're 2 difficulties higher than you or lower than you probably should be, you're just gonna wipe the screen, and that's fine. That's part of the fun, right? You got your character that strong. But yeah, when you're pushing and you don't have that, you will 100% feel it. So I would say it's
So just to be clear, they haven't talked about balance at all. So instead of them trying to balance the game and bring builds in line, they're just doing the good old make enemies 10 times stronger, right? That's That's what I got so far.
Aspects of monsters that will increase as torment goes up, things like move speed, attack speed, their ability to target you intelligently, like with their aiming and things like that. They're all based on a system that increases as difficulty tiers go up. But the baseline behaviors of like, oh, okay, they know not to group up, they know to flank you, they know to spread out. Like that's going to be everywhere.
And speaking about the champions and elites specifically, if you can give some measure to like how much more challenging there are, like by some factor compared to how they've been.
Sure. It's hard to quantify because it varies greatly depending on the difficulty that you're at. We want to increase the difficulty for higher world tiers because that's, the players who are very skilled at the game and have been practicing that sort of thing, but we don't really want to push it that much higher for the new players. So I wouldn't consider it exponentially more difficult or anything like that on normal, intentionally so. But as you get going, when you would fight one elite, now you're fighting 6 things with affixes. I don't want to say it's 6 times more difficult or anything like that, but somewhere in the 3 to 4 times more difficult range, just based on the number of elites or monsters with affixes that show up. Not only that, but we're also increasing the number of affixes that roll on minions and elites as the world tiers go up. So when you get to Torment 1, an elite will have 4 affixes, where previously they might have only had 3, and minions can possibly roll up to 4 if you get really unlucky. Certain affixes do get inherited, some do not, just because the nature of certain affixes are much louder. Like you wouldn't want, 6 things casting Orbiter. That means nothing because nobody's seen Orbiter, but it's a new affix that's really exciting. Maybe you remember it from D3. So yeah, it'll definitely ramp and get much more difficult in the higher difficulty tiers, but still be manageable in the lower difficulty tiers.
Yeah, so I think the difficulty of any individual group of elites you run across is going to vary depending on the combinatorics of what your build is exceptionally good at dealing with and what they roll. And, sometimes you're probably going to come across a group and they're going to have a combination that just destroys you. And you're going to be super surprised, or, maybe you won't. Maybe you've seen it before and you're ready for it. And that's where part of the mastery comes in.
Yeah, and I think what Aislinn is hitting on is one of our philosophies going into Evolved Monster Combat was creating memorable moments. So I was playing through Season 11 the other day, just testing out the PTR build, and I was running through Helltide, and I turned the corner, and there was an elite giant maggot who's a new monster in Season 11, and he had 5 giant maggot minions. And they just beat the bejesus out of me. So I was just getting my ass kicked, and I'm like, nope, F this, I'm out. And I start running, and then Vortex, one of the elite affixes, just sucked me right back into him. And I'm like, oh my God. And like that, it's funny. It's this small moment, but it was like so memorable to me. And I was like, I got on chat and just bragged to the designers about how great a job they did making that, and it was just a really cool thing. So that's what we're kind of hoping for folks, is to create, with all these crazy random elements that can roll, sometimes you're going to get one that's like, holy crap, that just happened. And I think that's part of the fun of it.
I think one of the key takeaways here is that this is an increase in difficulty that is not just bigger numbers. It's not that they deal more damage, they have more life. It is the affixes, it is the AI. You've name dropped a couple new affixes. How many new monster affixes roughly are we getting?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite things being Encounter Elite is we haven't added monster affixes at all until this point, and we're adding 20 plus. I think we're going into PTR with 25 new monster affixes. Some are totally new, you've never seen them before, and some are inspired by the D3 ones that you might know and love. So seeing some of your returning favorites.
Diesel, we need more powers. Don't start talking crap. This is good. This is better, bro.
This is one of them. Lifelink, it's another D3 one. There's a couple of them. Yeah.
Fire chains. My nemesis. Sorry, I'm just getting flashbacks.
Now, speaking of affixes, do you guys have opinions on like damage reduction affixes?
Sure. So, the champions in pre-season 11, as you probably remember, had the damage resist aura. So if you're not familiar with that, folks, it's the big glowing purple aura around the dude, and it provides DR to everybody around it. We actually took that out entirely. Champions don't do that anymore. And I'll talk about. Well, we'll talk about what they are now, and then I'll talk about why we took it out. So what they are now is they will spawn in packs. So you'll get packs of champions, either 3 or 5, and they will have their own monster affixes as well. So they'll pull from that same pool that elites pull from, except they'll also have affixes that are specific to champions. Lifelink is one. Again, that's a D3 one if you remember. Fire Chains is one. We have one called Vengeance, where if you kill one member, the rest gets
Everybody, if you're just joining the stream, today we're going to be playing the new game early access launch of Fellowship. The servers are currently down. They're doing some maintenance, problem solving. So while we are waiting for Fellowship servers to come on, we are watching, this is live right now. We're watching Riker watch himself on his new video talking about D4 Season 11 PTR.
And that's not how most people play Diablo. We don't often do single target builds. A lot of people just dump a bunch of AoEs.
Yes,
so
Lord of the
you're
Rings.
Just dumping
yes.
a bunch of AoEs that doesn't actually create any sort of meaningful combat. It doesn't change up your behavior in any way. It's just this fight lasts slightly longer.
Yep.
And that's not something that we find value in, right? So we'd rather have you be challenged in a fun and engaging way of things you need to dodge or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of why we took it out. And I don't know many people will miss it.
No.
Any of you folks gonna miss that aura? Awesome, great to hear. Great to hear. Now we're also getting. Well, I don't know if this is gonna be more difficult or less difficult, and I think we're gonna need help understanding exactly the significance of this change. But we're getting massive changes to defenses, right?
Right. Yeah. We're kind of really, with the increased power you'll be able to get through the new crafting system and the increased challenges that you'll be taking on with the harder monsters, we really wanted to kind of evaluate the state of like player defenses and healing and player damage reduction. Because really, if you
Cajun,
think about
I
it,
should
like,
be working on my
there's a
car
pretty
in the
huge
background.
disparity in effective HP.
What I should
when
be
you look
doing.
across builds, right? Like some builds
Cajun?
will have like 10k HP and then they proc their stuff and they go up to 200,000. It's wild. And this creates a lot of difficulty in kind
Cajun?
of tuning the game up
You
to be more
won't do
difficult
it.
as you progress. And it also creates a lot of confusion for the player into understanding like how did all these layers of defenses actually work? Like how tanky am I? ? So we've reworked a couple things. Starting at the top, we're changing armor and resistance to be rating systems, which means that you can continue to invest in these for more and more damage reduction, but they have diminishing returns at higher values. We're also changing armor from being a source of physical damage reduction to being a layer of all damage reduction. So it's not just physical against the physical damage type, it's against all damage types. To pair with that change, we're adding a new resistance type called physical resistance, right? So you'll go from having 5 elemental resistances to now having 6 resistances with physical resist. And the kind of end goal here is.
I'm trying to think of another game that has that a physical Never mind.
The other thing that we've done is we've really evaluated the use of all of the various damage reduction affixes, right? There's unconditional damage reduction. There's like 20,000 flavors of conditional damage reduction. We found that this leads to a really inconsistent experience.
There are none. Pure Blizzard innovation. In Last Epoch, armor gives you damage reduction to everything and has a... Never mind.
It's really bad. So we're really trying to kind of
funny.
make defenses a lot more predictable and understandable. Largely, we've removed a lot of conditional DRs and made them non-conditional. So your defenses will be much more predictable. To kind of help the player understand all this, we've introduced a new thing on the character sheet called toughness. Toughness itself is not a real stat. It doesn't do anything for you, but toughness is a mathematical representation of your effective HP. So what it does is basically we calculate for you how much HP you have per damage type after your armor, after your resistances, and after any other sources of DR, so that you can look at this number and get a general sense of how tanky you are. And if you're like sweaty.
Now, I was just playing a game, Torchlight Infinite, that gives you a survival number based upon all of your never mind.
Like asymptotically approach 100%, but never reach 100% damage reduction from
Sure,
resistance and armor.
no problems with their math.
More or less.
So if I remember correctly, that's kind of the system we had at launch, and then we had like a rework in season 2 where resistances changed to being more like Diablo 2 style, where the cap is 70%, and you can get 15% on your gear meant 15%, and then armor as well. Now we had the cap of 1,000, so it sort of introduced this itemization puzzle for us all to solve, where we know, okay, I only need 1,000 armor. How do I get it? I only need X amount of resistance. How do I get it? And I thought that change was really well received by the community. So why are we now moving away from that?
Uh-oh.
Right. So the system that we have right now created a few problems, namely for how we are able to scale up damage. If you think about, again, the HP disparity between some builds, we can't really reliably scale up damage past a certain point because some builds would start getting one shot while other builds wouldn't. This is largely because with a capped system, players, to get more tanky, players had to rely on all these other sources of various conditional DRs coming from your uniques.
Myers PTRs 5 days away.
Going back to a rating system is going to give us much more control. It's going to give you, the player, a lot more control on how you scale your defenses. Ultimately, the math behind this new system is a lot more sound and scalable for the future.
All right, fair enough. So does that mean we're also going to be seeing a great reduction in sources of damage reduction, like just across the board on items and Paragon and everything?
Yeah, in terms of like flat damage reduction, you are still going to see it. You're still going to see it on skills. You're still going to see it on like uniques and stuff like that. But we really want it to feel like more special than it is. Right? Like if you see something that says reduces damage taken by 30%, you should be like, oh my god, that's crazy. Not like, nah, throw it in the pile, whatever, don't care.
Yeah, I think that's something that ended up happening and kind of building on itself and created, like, kind of turned into baggage in the current version of the game, which was I think for a while we didn't have a fantastic grasp of just how powerful these DR sources were going to turn out to be, and it ended up feeling like there was just like a bunch of arbitrary DR just kind of specced throughout the game, not necessarily very intentionally done. And now, like Art was saying, it should feel a lot more intentional when you do find something that gives you DR, because that is a very valuable thing to have.
Now, that's not the only side of defenses being reworked. We got healing, potions, that kind of stuff is also being revisited. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we wanted to look at the healing side of things along with the defensive side of things. For the potion, we kind of didn't really like the state of the potion, right?
Wait a second. Are they doing anything for skill trees? I thought we're getting skill tree changes. Is that coming up, Diesel?
You want it, need it. You're going, you're going, you're fine. You're taking damage. Hit Q, instantly full. Don't care. Move on. Right? We kind of, to go along with the more intentional monster combat and difficulty, we wanted your use of the potion to be a little bit more tactical. So we've the first thing we've done is we've removed the bonus potion charges that you can get from Renown. So you're gonna have a base of 4 potions.
Standing up. Need a stretch. I'm falling asleep.
We've improved the potion healing itself. Right now, it's like this completely worthless flat heal and then a percentage-based heal over 4 seconds, I think. We've just made this a flat, a percentage-based instant heal. So you'll heal 35% of your max HP every time you push the button. And then we've also added a kind of a very, very slow potion regeneration. I think it's once every 30 seconds. This is really to kind of, if you're going from pack to pack and you find yourself out of potions, like we don't want the right answer to be like, oh, I'm going to town portal so I can talk to my healer. So we're going to give you a slow trickle so you can kind of keep moving forward. For the kind of...
All right, Riker's walking. I'm going to start jumping jacks.
We'd really like...
to equal it out.
Players to kind of spend a little bit more of their focus on kind of gearing defensively and for sustain as well. So we've made some improvements to life on hit. We've re-added that back into the affix pool. We've also tuned up all other sources, all other healing-based affixes like life on kill, life regen, healing percent. Those have been improved. Those have been made more available on different slots. With the intention that, like, you got to get some sustain somewhere. You can't just rely on your potion anymore.
So at this point, we're looking at effectively defenses 2.0. We're sort of like getting, we've had a number of systems reworked since the game launched, and now we're kind of getting reworks of reworks. Why is it that we're now, 2.5 years post-launch, and we're still overhauling core systems?
That's a good question.
Blizzard is really at its core. We're an iterative design studio. Feedback, both from our own experiences and especially player feedback, is kind of the lifeblood of what we do. Especially because Diablo 4 is a live game. We're constantly, adding things. We're constantly striving to improve our systems, broaden them, make them more deeper, and kind of. Systems are really a spider web of connections, right? Like cute Charlie Day with the red string meme. So it's kind of hard to add really cool new itemization systems like sanctification without disrupting, or at the very least, like really taking a comprehensive look at the existing systems, itemization systems as a whole. And I think the reality with ARPGs, like these highly repetitive systems, do get stale. And
he totally did the tell where he scratched his face. Oh, he didn't like that question.
Bloating the game or making existing things kind of feel vestigial, or there's kind of refining old systems to address issues and feedback. Our focus has actually kind of been balancing between the two, right? And like you mentioned before, like itemization 2.0 has been out for like a year and a half, and has been relatively unchanged since season 4. We have a lot of feedback, we have a lot of data, and we feel like there's a lot of good iteration to be made and move the game in a very positive direction.
I don't like that answer. I know they would never say it. Well, Riker, we screwed up. We screwed up. We thought we had it right. We continued to test it and fine tune it, and it was wrong. And we want to get it right. You deserve the best. You deserve everything that Blizzard has to offer for Diablo 4, and we want it to be right for the gamer, and we screwed up. That's why we're fixing it. That's the answer.
To come back, give a reason to come back for season 11 and every season after. So the game is always changing, adapting to the flow, the pace, to the player base that's playing it. I think that's one of the best parts about being sort of an active live development all the time.
Yeah, speaking a little more to the culture of iteration, I've been a player of Diablo much longer than I've been working on Diablo, and I want to make sure that the game is as fun as possible, and I think that we all do here at the studio. And when we find opportunities to continue to improve Diablo 4, we want to take them, right? We don't want to rest on our laurels in that regard. We want to create something that not only the community loves to play, but we want to sit down and be like, hell yeah, let's log into Diablo 4.
All right, now, sanctification is not the only thing coming with Season 11. Now, previously, in a past season, we saw the return of Belial, and now you guys are doing us not just one better, not just two better. We are seeing the return of Belial, the return of Duriel, the return of Andariel.
Ordo, what up?
And, in fact,
Hello.
all 4 lesser evils. Lore nerds know who the 4th one is. We are seeing the return of, triumphantly from Diablo 3. Who's coming back?
Asmodan, right?
Asmodan.
Asmodunk.
Asmodunk. Heroes of the Storm.
Dunking in.
Why isn't it
So,
Diablo?
what does it mean for the lesser evils to be invading Sanctuary?
Yeah, so the Lesser Evils are teaming up. Ultimate Bad Guy team up, and they're taking over Sanctuary. And what that means is each Lesser Evil is actually invading a different player activity. So to run it through, Andariel is taking over the Kurast Undercity. Belial is taking over the Pit. Duriel is taking over Helltide. Don't worry, it's the same color. And then Asmodan is a new world boss who's taking over the Overland. So yeah, that's our first new world boss is Asmodan since launch, right? So we're really excited about that. And
He's
once
still
you see
on
him,
vacation.
it's gonna blow your mind. He looks so good, and he fits so well as a world boss, just in his scale and his attacks, and I'm really excited for that. So I could dive more deep into each of those activities if we like, but the general gist of it is they are going to provide a new, interesting twist on the activity that you know. It's not going to fundamentally change it. The Pit is still going to be the Pit, but new things are going to happen. Belial will show up and throw attacks at you. Certain monsters in each activity are going to be infected with new affixes. So Belial's is the illusion affix, if you remember that one from D3, where it creates a bunch of clones.
Tech, stop
of a monster,
watching
right?
this. You have too much
and then
work
you'll have
to
a
do.
chance to fight Belial as
Tech.
the boss of the Pit instead of the regular
Tech.
rotation of bosses, right? And that's the same for every activity. So Duriel is going to replace the Helltide Succubus boss, and Dariel is going to replace the
This is
Undercity
work,
bosses,
oh,
Longtooth, and all the
brother.
different ones that we have there. And then Asmodan, like I said, will be that world boss.
And Asmodan being a world boss, that is going to be permanent, or that's just for the season?
So there's two flavors of that. Him as a world boss in the rotation of world bosses is permanent, so he will always be a world boss going forward. There is a separate seasonal event that is happening where he is actually going to take over an event, the world boss arena in Hawazar, and he will be kind of like an open world layer boss that you can fight with friends, if that makes sense. So how it actually works is you'll show up and there'll be sort of a ritual that you can take part in, and there will be three different altars. One for Andariel, one for Duriel, one for Belial. And depending on which one you choose, or whoever decides, that will summon hordes of enemies in theme with that lesser evil. So let's say I pick Duriel, sure. Maggots will start pouring out. We'll have zombies and this sort of thing. It's a giant wave event. And then after that giant wave event, Azmodan will show up, and he will be sort of influenced by Belial. So you'll fight Azmodan World Boss, but you'll also have a second layer of difficulty where you'll start seeing sort of Duriel's attacks. I think I just said Belial accent, but Duriel's attacks. So you'll start seeing Pangs of Duriel show up, or
is everybody thinking expansion 2 is Diablo? We get like, Lord of Hell, and we get Paladin, the Holy. No, that's gotta be it, right? Not happening. They have to finish the Mephisto crap. Is that right?
Related to whichever lesser evil that you choose. So if you open, let's say, Andariel's chest, you'll have a chance to roll the uniques from Andariel's boss ladder fight, the layer fight, excuse me. You'll also get the resources that are associated with her in Season 11. Let me pull up which Andariel. I think she's...
It's a new angel coming down to match
she's
the
Obels
pally.
and Mats, and those tie into the seasonal gifts. But yeah, it'll be this fun two ways you can interact with it. The World Boss, and then the sort of recurring event in the Hawazar World Boss Arena that you can farm for all sorts of fun loot.
And you mentioned farming him with friends, so this is going to be a private instance, or is this something that like other people in the world will be alerted to?
It'll be open for everybody.
Stop it, Wes.
It'll always be up, and you can always run there and take part and fight. It won't be on a rotation or anything like that. It'll just be there for you to fight.
So a little bit like the Blood Maiden, where it's like if you don't have, if you don't have the materials and the end to open the chest, there's maybe not a big point in doing it over and over. But
correct,
if someone summons it, cool. Huh. And now you said that the Helltide's not changing color, but there are some changes to Helltide with Duriel's presence, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are changing up Helltide. Duriel's taking it over, right? So all the monsters are getting replaced. You're going to see zombies. You're going to see maggots, dregs, flies, all these different things. All the little pop-up events are going to be different theme with Duriel. He will replace the Blood Maiden. So instead of trading in your hearts and she shows up, we've been killing her for like 7 seasons straight. I think she needs a break. Duriel will pop up, and he's substantially more difficult. It'll certainly be a challenge to kill him, and it'll be a sort of fresh take on it.
Blood Maiden
it will
gone.
Still be Helltide at its core, but it will definitely feel different with a lot more interesting challenges to it.
We might have to play PTR, guys. That'd be fun, right?
For summoning the world boss, but there's a neat purpose to going into these different activities, and that takes us to the divine gifts.
Yeah, so for the whole lore around this season is Hadriel, the angel from Diablo 2, if you don't remember Hadriel. Angels are freaking awesome, so we wanted to bring angels back as much as we can in a season. So Hadriel, who I always love from Diablo 2, he sits outside Chaos Sanctuary. He only says like 3 lines, but I was like, man, that guy's badass, just sitting outside of hell.
Some of you said Hadriel in chat, I saw it.
So he's shown up, and he's been tracking Azmodan, and he has seen that the lesser evils are invading, and he wants to help. Unfortunately, that is not allowed by Imperius, and we're trying to keep the balance. They vowed not to interfere with the goings-on of man, and he's going to try to break that. So in exchange for, he's basically putting a bounty on the lesser evils. So in exchange for you going and killing them, he's going to provide you divine gifts, and these divine gifts are sort of passive boosts to the rewards of the activities you take part in. And there's 2 levels. There's Purified. And
they're not powers?
Rewards, as well as provide you a sort of passive bonus to some of your stats or the rewards that you get. And then there's Corrupted effects. And these are for our more seasoned players, the players who want that hardened difficulty. This is sort of opt-in difficulty for different activities. So let's say I slot in a Corrupted instance, I slot in a divine gift of Hadriel from, let's say, Belial, and I slot that into the Corrupted slot. The pit is now just harder. There are going to be effects that are topical to the pit, topical to Belial that will pop up and make your run much harder.
Everybody knows
for
that.
Helltide, Undercity, world bosses in general. So it allows you to make your content harder as well as boost the rewards that you get from it. So our seasons player, I think, will really enjoy that, and we'll have some more easily digestible powers for those folks who are not really interested in increasing the difficulty of the content.
About a year ago, more even, I think it was season 4, we had the introduction of profane mine cages, which was a self opt-in difficulty buff to make monsters just numerically harder and get some numerical buff to reward. It seems like and again, people really like that and wanted to come back. So now you're bringing it back in a way that is like 100 times more interesting, because it's not just, number bigger. It's, I think the through line of our chat today is the increase in difficulty is done in interesting ways. It's not just they deal more damage, they have more life. We're getting more, whether it's the AI, whether it's affixes and such. Because I think in some of these corrupted gifts, like you're getting more monster effects to spawn around you, or like ambushes happening on you.
Yep, 100%. And the Profile Mind Cage was a big inspiration. We saw folks love that, and we want to give avenues, again, to let the player play how they want. So they want harder stuff, and let's give it to them, but allow them to opt into that and allow it to be thematic and interesting. That's totally the way to go. And it's funny, you're talking about like sort of numbers go up. If we actually look at base monster damage, it's actually going down, but because of the hit reliability and the more intelligent things, you're just going to get hit by more things. And you're sort of, the better you play, the better you avoid it, and that increases your survivability. So we're getting away from, big spikes are the only way to kill people, and now getting surrounded or these new effects that you opt in for, that's really what's going to kill you, or this crazy bunch of affixes that happen to roll together, that's what's going to kill you. So it's a much more interesting way to increase difficulty or provide that increased pacing and flavor.
Fantastic. So if I'm understanding this right, there are going to be 4 categories of these divine gifts, one for each of the lesser evils, and you can slot it either into the corrupted or the is it purified? No.
That's correct, yeah. So there's Purified and Corrupted. You're going to have 8 perks for you to choose from, 8 gifts for you to choose from, and 8 slots. So if you wanted to, you can slot in every single one. And, depending on the choice becomes, do I put that in the Purified? Do I put that in the Corrupted? Which effects do I want? Which rewards do I want? And that becomes the fun sort of...
So is the divine gifts the, like, seasonal power? Is that what it is?
Activities associated with that lesser evil, you're then leveling up your divine
powers,
gifts
baby. Wait, what?
Related to that activity, right?
Yeah, that is exactly right. So you will gain experience for each of these gifts by killing the lesser evil associated with it, as well as the infected monsters within that activity. So I mentioned earlier, like the illusion monster in the pit, he duplicates and you get 10 clones or whatever. Killing that monster will also level up your thing. And again, there's different flavors of that depending on the lesser evil. So Undercity will have monsters who are infected who will shoot ghosts, and if they hit you, they steal your time. In the pit, we'll have a really cool one. A monster is infected and he constantly sheds maggots, and if you kill him, the maggot comes out and tries to infest you, and if he infests you, you start shedding maggots.
That's
right?
pretty freaking cool.
And then Azodan is a fun one. He creates this crazy fire stuff, so it'll be cool.
Only in Diablo are we shedding maggots. Oh my god.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Oh god.
So if I really like Helltide, that means that the more I'm playing Helltide, the more I'm leveling up my Helltide related divine gifts, and therefore the more rewarding Helltide becomes.
It is 100% correct. Yep.
It's like a soft
now
pseudo meta progression system. See this as something that we're going to be swapping out based on what activity we're doing?
So you wouldn't be swapping them out. Our goal is not to have you hop swapping these things. I think that's contrary to player flow and breaks you out of it and kind of just sucks. So our goal is only to swap it to maximize the rewards that you want. So you find yourself, man, I really need obols, right? I'm going to just rearrange these to maximize my obol intake from Undercity, or man, I really need boss keys, so I'm going to go do or layer boss keys. So I'm going to move these things around. For your truly seasons player, that's probably the only decision they're thinking about, because they know it all and they can handle that extra difficulty. But for players who are not opting into that difficulty, it becomes a decision of, okay, what reward do I want, as well as what passive stat boost or what slight buff do I want to make my character stronger. And that's what I'll slot into the purified slots, and that's what they're engaged with that content.
So you mentioned that these boons do also come with some form of defensive or utility buff, right?
Yep, that is correct. So only if you slot them in the purified one. So it becomes the decision of, okay, which boost do I want to my character, and then which negative effect do I want to unleash? Because depending on which one you slot in, it's a different negative effect. Do I want all maggots when they hit me to steal potions, or do I want every 45 seconds a mini Duriel pops up to kick my ass? Right? That's the kind of decision you got to make. What level of difficulty are you comfortable with, as well as what reward do you want, or what's the passive boost you want?
So for the last several seasons, well, few seasons, we've had seasonal powers.
Sorry.
I guess if you want to stretch the definition, you can argue that these are powers as well, but they're clearly very different. Did you take a different approach to designing powers? Has people have memed on powers. Has that had any effect on how you view powers and want to implement powers in the future?
Every time you hear power, take a shot.
Well, certainly
We're all
influenced
dead.
by how folks reacted to previous seasons and how those powers were, the feedback we got on them. And it's a versatile system, and we wanted to see how far we can push it and see which ways we can change
We're all dead.
player builds and sort of how they engage with the content. It's a really great system because it allows us to create more seasonal specific approaches to things that are fresh rather than just, okay, here's something slightly different. So we're trying to get away in this season from the stuff we've done in the past. Here's the new cool badass attack. Like, none of these things are gonna, no angel's gonna descend from heaven and blast the hell out of Duriel or something. It's just not gonna happen. It's totally passive. So yeah, it's gonna use a similar interface, but it's not seasonal powers. It's seasonal gifts. It's a totally different system. And in terms of your question about sort of the future, to me, who knows which season I'll be in charge of, but to me, it's just another tool in the toolkit, a tool that we can use to increase content variety, increase player build variety, reward variety, and there's so many different avenues that we can take it. And this is just one avenue, and it's sort of exploring customizing our rewards and customizing your difficulty. But I can think of 100 different ways that we could use the same system to create all sorts of fun and interesting things.
Yeah, I'd love to add on to this and say that
they're not powers, they're perks. They're not perks, they're gifts. Everybody knows that.
People would like to see more variety in the kind of things that are happening in seasons. And really what I think we're trying to move towards is building an arsenal, like a toolkit of different cool stuff that we can do that all feels very different. So that we can mix it up much more significantly than we have in the past, season over season.
So if we're looking at a season and we're designing what's going to be included in a season, what do we feel are the necessary ingredients to having a successful season?
That's a great question. I mean, it kind of varies. We do try to take liberties. We try not to limit ourselves to like a very specific recipe, but as you have probably noticed season over season, we love our currencies.
You see how she touched her face? She combed her hair. It's always the same tell. Don't like the question.
Typically, we love having some kind of either new activity or an activity mix-up of some kind. And, in Season 11, we're seeing that in the way that the Lesser Evils are kind of transforming all these different activities. And so we really want people to have something iconic to see immediately when they look at a season and be like, oh, yeah, like that's what's happening this season. And we also want people to be able to feel it in their build somehow. And I think that that's probably where sanctification comes in season 11, is that's how you're feeling this season in your build.
Yeah, when I sort of think about ingredients for a good season and how I approach it is simply put variety, but different flavors of that, 3 specific categories. One, build variety, right, is so important. We go the zero to hero journey, and how we build that character is so important, and the decisions that we make along the way are so important. So
don't you dare say variety.
To alter how folks craft their builds, the better, and that takes the form of seasonal powers, or in this case the seasonal gifts. If we look at items, chaos armor is super well received, right? How we engage to create that awesome build. The next piece of variety we look at is content variety, and that's the Lesser Evil takeover. What's something new to do along my journey? And in this case, season 10, it was Infernal Hordes, and in this case, it's updating a bunch of different activities. New world boss, pit's different, Undercity's different. So providing new content that makes that journey more meaningful. And then lastly, I don't know if a good word for this, but I'm calling it showcase variety. It's like I go from 0 to hero, and when I get to hero, I want to show off how badass that hero is. So this is our endgame content, this ultimate challenge that players can take part in, right? And we haven't talked about it yet here, but in season 11, that is a new feature that we're calling the Tower. And that is going to be the ultimate showcase because it's showing off coming with leaderboards for that thing. This is my the hero status. Now let's show the whole world how freaking awesome I am by getting to the top of that leaderboard. And will most of us get there? Absolutely not. But I'm sure some streamer somewhere will live at number 1, and it'll be pretty cool to see the build that they have and how they got there. So a really exciting feature that I'm sure we're probably gonna
Rob, number 1.
Let's get right to it. I mean, so we've we're reworking defenses, monsters are getting challenging, and all this is kind of leading into now the introduction of, I guess, the most competitive activity that we've had in the game so far, the introduction of the Tower. What is the Tower?
The Tower!
Yeah, so the Tower is going to be an activity that basically tests your total mastery of Diablo 4. You're going to have all these new itemization changes in Season 11. There's going to be all these wonderful monster updates. And this is going to be the place you go to really test how far your character has come, from that 0 to hero, as you were saying, Owen, and really put it to the test. So the Tower is a kind of a black box of a bunch.
Wasn't there a tower in D4? Or what game am I thinking of? D3? There was a tower in something.
Best of your ability. So, for example, there are going to be a certain number of pylons that are going to spawn in the tower. And
construct additional pylons. It was PoE, Lost Ark.
Use them because, for example,
it was Lost Ark.
In the tower, monsters are going to follow.
It was Lost Ark.
So
you got
it.
That's what it was.
To
Tower.
kind of herd them around, and if you find a pylon that's going to give you a big buff, but maybe there's not enough monsters around it, you can be clever about that and be like, okay, I need to go round up a big group of guys and bring them back here and then blast them because that's going to give me a ton of progress. And there's a lot of different situations that can kind of emergently occur like that in the Tower. And it's up to you to determine how you can best utilize it. And that's really where the skill expression comes in the Tower. There's going to be a ton of variety, but there's also going to be quite a bit of consistency. So you'll start to see patterns emerge as you run the Tower over and over and over again. And so as you continue playing through it, you're going to get better and better and better at dealing with the different situations it throws at you. And yes, it will have a leaderboard affiliated with it. So you are going to be able to show off just how much better you're getting and compete against your friends and players across the world.
And then these leaderboards, is it going to be cross-platform? Are we going to be able to filter it in different ways?
Yeah, so they are going to be cross-platform. All players from across all different platforms are going to be represented on this unified leaderboard.
Okay, I'm sorry. Does anybody know? Season 11, the seasonal mechanic is towers? Perks? Are they? What is it?
That you're the best among your friend group or whatnot.
And right now it's entering the game as a beta feature. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the Tower is something that requires a lot of rigorous iteration to reach the truest form that really gives players the ability to express that total mastery over Diablo in the sharpest way possible. And so we really want to release this as under the moniker as a beta because we want people to go in and really give us chunky feedback about how it feels down to the minutia so that we can continue to iterate on it season over season and turn it into the best version of itself it can possibly be so that we can all have a lot of faith in the integrity that the leaderboard actually provides. And when you see someone at a certain rank, you can be like, yeah, we trust the Tower, we trust the leaderboards, we know that this person deserves to be, number 1 or whatever, because the Tower has been rigorously tested in its best form possible. So that's why we want to start with it as a beta, because we want to acknowledge that there's going to be some extra work we want to do, and we want to get a lot of feedback from folks on how it can become better.
And ultimately, do you see the tower as something that is really just geared for like competitive players, those gunning for the top 100 or top 1,000, or do you see this also appealing to?
Do these people that do campfires and these interviews, are they the marketing team? Or is this the I've never understood that. Are these, you know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to get that.
Really fun activity for everyone. So at a future time, there will be, rewards affiliated with the tower, really cool stuff that you can earn. We are holding off on that for now because we do want to make sure that it's in its best state possible before we start granting those to people.
One thing I'd like to call out as a difference between the tower and the pit is that with the tower, we really want to encourage you to only push, right? It's not an activity that we want you to repeat the same floor over and over like you do with the pit because you're grinding glyph ranks or whatever. So we really want to incentivize players for just making forward progress in the tower.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what would be in the tower would
Golem
I like
answer
that there's rewards for non-competitive players.
So
okay.
it would be incentivizing you to be like, okay, can you now reach 60? Can you now reach 65? Whatever. So yeah, typically speaking, you would probably only be running the tower to go further. Or, like if you feel like you're on the cusp of being able to get to 60.
Their new unique makes a golem answer. Hold on, let me look.
Okay, so it's not designed as something that we're going to farm in any way.
No, that's going to be for the pit, and that's a big reason why we. That's one of the big reasons why we want to
Capstone dungeons.
the pit in the tower.
Oh, brother.
I guess we can talk more about those reasons because I know, people have been asking for leaderboards now since day one, and as soon as you guys added the pit, they're like, "Why can't you just put a leaderboard on the pit? Like it's right there." So why did it take another year and a half to get another activity just for leaderboards?
Oh yeah, three smaller golems.
In the last year or so, we've seen a lot of upheaval. We were talking about this earlier, and of course, there's tons of things that are changing in Season 11. And so the game had been changing so rapidly that we felt that those leaderboards might not actually reflect, they would just change so constantly that it might not actually be a good representation of player skill or, from one season to the next, it would just be so different as to kind of lose meaning. And so we feel that with Season 11, we're kind of reaching a state where we're going to have a lot more confidence going forward in having leaderboards in the game. And we have a lot of confidence in the tower as an activity that supports leaderboards exceptionally well. Whereas the pit really is taking a role as the speed farming location. And that's not necessarily a place where you would want a leaderboard. And now with the tower, because we have that, that's going to take the full spotlight in terms of this is where you'll be competing for a leaderboard.
Yeah, to just chime in, I think the pit is very good at sort of build checking and stat checking and seeing, okay,
when was the last time the guy in the red shirt said anything?
good a player am I at this action RPG? So it's not just as simple as get the strongest character. To Asen was talking about earlier, how well can I group these monsters? How well can I strategically use
20
these shrines?
minutes ago.
It just unwraps a whole nother level of skill that is more interesting, at least to me, in terms of what a leaderboard means. I think it's more interesting to see it that way than it is who can use Excel to get the best and who can grind the best gear forever. You know what I mean? So I just think Tower is going to be the pinnacle example of leaderboard activity.
And you've hit a couple times upon the pylons and the kiting grouping monsters. These are tactics that I remember all the top players in Diablo 3 talking about with Greater Rift pushing for their leaderboard positions. Was the tower inspired by Diablo 3 pit pushing? Were there any lessons learned from Diablo 3's leaderboards that you wanted to, either any mistakes you don't want to repeat in D4 or anything carried over there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. When you get in and try it out yourself, you will definitely see that the tower was heavily inspired by Greater Rifts. It was an excellent system, and it's something we wanted to take and iterate on because we know people loved it, we loved it, but we did feel like there was room for improvement. I think a good example is the concept of fishing, fishing for the right pylons to find or the right monster families or the floor or whatever. We've taken a lot of pains to make fishing less important, but we haven't gone so far as to remove it entirely. because we actually found that when we removed fishing entirely, people kind of hated it.
Are greater risks bad?
Because they wanted to have
they're
some
just
degree
the
of
pit.
variety. Like if
It's
you
gonna be like
totally
the pit
take out RNG from
in
an
a
ARPG,
in a tower.
it kind of kills off one of the core things to what we find to be the spirit of what makes ARPGs ARPGs. And so there's still, there's still a degree of randomness, but again, going back to the concept of like really what we want to embody in the tower.
Oops.
You have a way to manipulate it in your favor, and that is a huge like guiding light that we took to heart when we were making the tower. Anytime RNG could happen, we want the player to have an answer to it. We want the player to be able to look at what occurred and respond accordingly.
Instead of going down in the pit, you're going up in a tower. Bingo.
Because that kind of RNG, when you execute it really well, will reflect in the leaderboard, and it just feels really good. Because you've been playing the game for such a long time, and being able to show that off is just, it's exquisite.
Will there be a cost to opening the tower or to closing it after like 10 seconds, like poking your head in and fishing? Is there like any system to try to dissuade fishing or...
No, there's no cost to the tower, and there's nothing to try and dissuade you from poking your head in. But the thing is that you don't actually see everything that is going to occur in that tower run immediately. Like different floors are going to have different monster groups. You don't know exactly when these 3 different pylons are going to spawn, so you're not actually going to have the knowledge you need to like effectively judge a run. And so you can't exactly just walk in and be like, what's around me? Oh, I'm out, because now I know everything about what's going to happen, and this isn't a good run. You are going to need to push further in, and you'll see things emerge as they come.
Yeah, it's just greater riffs.
So the pit is limited to 2 floors. Is the tower limited to more than 2, or is there any limit?
Fishing. They're talking specifically about popping in, seeing what it is, pop out, prepare, and then go back in since it's all timed leaderboards.
To be able to experience in the tower, we want you to be able to skip a certain amount of content in the tower. Like for example, if you do run into a floor where there's maybe like an unfavorable combination of monsters or whatever that you don't feel your build is really super good at dealing with, yeah, you can probably run through that. But you can only skip a certain amount of stuff in the tower, and that's actually why we've explicitly set it to 5 floors. Is we do want to kind of like force you to accept conditions at a certain point, so you have some space to be like, let's re-roll this, let's like re-roll that or whatnot. But you can't do that infinitely. You can't just keep going until you find something that you can just like blast instantaneously and get all your progress.
If you don't like arena in LE or leaderboard pushing or playing S tier meta progression, sweaty, try hard, you will not engage with this system.
It's something that people like. We want to hear people's
There's people that
about.
like it. There's nothing wrong with it. But
and if it's if 5 floors are received super positively, or if various elements of the tower are received super positively, and they could potentially be applied to the pit, that's something we're going to be taking a look at for sure.
All right, then another big change coming is season ranks replacing the season journey, right? We're reintroducing capstone dungeons, which I always thought they were a cool feature, and I was kind of sad. It's like, oh, like this is the cool content, and now I can't play it anymore. So they're being brought back. More are being brought back.
Rikers, my friend, I do not miss capstone dungeons. Never. Sorry.
I guess, do you want to go over more details about exactly what this change means to the day-to-day of players in the start of a new season?
Yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest 2 things you'll notice is, you already said the first one, which is capstones, which is awesome.
Capstones, you don't remember them. You had to beat the capstone to move up to the next tier. Like beat the capstone, move up to the next tier.
In the sense that it's going to be a really cool milestone for you to experience and kind of test your build season over season. You might be able to beat the first capstone at level 30 in season 11. Maybe you can beat it at level 20 in season 12 if you do something like crazy and your build is super powerful earlier or whatnot. So you can kind of reflect on how you're getting better at the game season over season, which is cool. The other thing is that previously in the season journey, you needed to complete X out of Y objectives in any given chapter, and that's how you advanced to the next chapter. That is no longer the case in the season rank system. You have to complete the capstone objective, which for the first 5 ranks are fully fledged capstone dungeons that you have to crawl through. Once you complete those capstone dungeons, or rather just the capstone objective of that rank, you now have access to all the objectives and the capstone dungeon of the next rank.
Pay attention to mechanics you're seeing right here.
These capstones are going to become higher and higher level as you go. They are not bound to your player level or difficulty. So for example, the first capstone dungeon, at least in PTR, is set to monster level 30. You can walk into this capstone when you're level 1. If you feel like you could somehow overcome it when you're level 1, go get him, Slugger. Yeah,
You'll die.
You'll die. But you know, if you somehow break the game and do it at level 1 or 5 or 10 or whatever, you now have access to rank 2 and the next capstone. So if you can continue to do that at a significantly lower level than the capstone dungeon, you can continue to climb through the ranks at your own pace. And that's kind of the heart of what I'm trying to get at here, is that a huge guiding light of this change is that you can participate and experience season ranks totally at your own pace. You know, if you're like a crazy streamer that goes insanely fast, no longer do you have to go off the beaten path and do
Look at
like
this
all
cool,
these different
like,
objectives
light radius
to
mechanic.
advance. You can just go from capstone to capstone to capstone and get through all of it, which is pretty sick. If you'd rather take it slow and like maybe out level it a bit and be a little more comfortable as you're going into the capstones, you can totally do that too. But yeah, so it's really just about experiencing season ranks how you'd
What's
like.
up, Mr. LaRue?
And then beyond that, we're still going to have like a lot of objectives, like actually more objectives than we've previously had in the season journey. And a big part of that is because we have a lot more freedom, because you no longer have to complete X out of Y. These are bonus objectives now. So we can add a lot of cool stuff that gives you, you know, little micro rewards as you're going through the game. And so if you're like a completionist and you love to just like check all the boxes, there's going to be like a dense amount of stuff for you to do in Season 11 in the season rank system.
And this comes with a complete overhaul of Renown. We're not going to be starting level 1 with all those skill points anymore, are we?
No, we're not. Gone are the days of starting with, 14 skill points when I'm level 1 and just immediately blasting everything. You know, this is another part of how we'd really like you to experience the flow of the game alongside all of these changes that are coming in Season 11, so like player defense and monsters. And you're gonna have to have a little bit more intentionality to re-earning those skill points in the seasonal realm. It's going to be through the season rank system. There are going to be some bonus objectives that are typically like very much so on the critical path that will grant you skill points. And what I mean by critical path is like, you know, reach reputation rank whatever, something that you were probably going to do anyways, and that might give you a skill point. Or go kill a world boss. You know, why not go take out Asmodan once, the new guy that's going to be in Season 11? That will give you a skill point. And then a lot of other different micro objectives that ask you to do various things. You're also going to earn a skill point, at least in the first 3 ranks, when you beat capstone dungeons. That's going to be a really nice, you know, cherry on top that you can use to progress further and faster. We think that having these skill points spread out across the early game a little bit more is really satisfying. It's really satisfying to earn them. It's also very satisfying to earn them in the context of like, how close can I get to beating the next capstone? Like, how early can I do that in my journey? And getting those skill points from the different objectives is kind of a part of that calculus that you're making to speed through it as quickly as possible.
So you now need to beat 5
So
capstones.
just to clarify for everyone, both with regards to the Paragon points and skill points, we're not seeing a reduction. We're not like being robbed of any. It's just now we have to re-earn them through specific discrete goals while playing the game. As opposed to like, you know, originally we earned them by doing these sort of ephemeral renown, explore an area, click on various things. Now it's more concrete steps like, oh, if I fight that world boss, I get a skill point kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yes, you're not losing any skill points or any Paragon points. You're going to have the same amount. And I'm glad you brought up altars, because another part of this change is we don't want to have to ask new players that come in late, you know, like if you started playing now, to be like, oh, to start playing the game, you have to go run around and get a bunch of random stuff. We wanted that to be a little bit more natural in the seasonal realm. So this is accomplishing that too.
And just to clarify, these renown changes are strictly for the seasonal realm. The system will still exist on Eternal
Yes.
for Eternal players, but for the seasonal realm, it's been basically replaced by season ranks. And like you mentioned, those Paragon points and those skill points have been redistributed from renown into the season ranks
Oh,
system.
this guy's
on the
here. I
seasonal
remember
realm.
him.
Yes.
We've got as well new items, new uniques coming for every class, right? I guess let's go in turn. What is each of you? What is your favorite new unique coming in season 11?
I'll go first. I'll say item called Grave Bloom. I think it's a one-handed mace, but it's for necros. And it allows you to
Golomancer!
get 3 little golems instead of 1 big one. And I know
Which
that's silly,
chapter?
but I just love the idea of like 3 little golems running around and fighting for me. So I'm really excited for that one.
I mean, that sounds very familiar to Diablo 3 players, right?
Yep.
Oh man, you stole mine, Owen. I saw the Grave Bloom too, and I was like, oh, it's so cute. Suddenly
Right?
these golems go from
Oh,
like
they're
a
cute!
gross,
Yes!
maggot shedding freak to these little cuties that are following me around. But I would have to say the next one I would pick is the chain scourged nail. I think I said that right. For the barbarian. It's very interesting because you can kind of utilize it in a lot of different ways. You can put one brawling skill on your bar and then it just kind of resets over and over, or you can have like an arsenal of brawling skills and then kind of cycle through them. That's not really a playstyle I think we've seen with the barbarian before, and it really makes me think about brawling skills and
All right,
like a
I'm
totally
trying
different way.
barbarian for the. I'm gonna
So
try
I'm pretty excited
barb.
to try out
I'm gonna try it.
a piano brawling barbarian where I just slam keyboard cat slam my keys one after another and then do it again.
I think this is something we're seeing maybe from a couple of the new items is affixes that are like based on what you have on your skill bar.
Yeah, I think it allows for like
See
a lot
that
of
shin?
really
That was
interesting
Griffey right there. You don't know about
approaches,
Griffey.
because it doesn't like force you or pigeonhole you into a specific way to handle it. You can go as little or as deep into it as you want, and it kind of scales to you in that way.
Sheffield?
Which really kind of blows open how Buildcraft works. And so I personally really like that approach because I can combine it in so many more ways than if it's specifically called out like one skill, for example.
Yeah, that's actually also why I really like the new Sork unique, which gives you the enchantment for every defensive skill you don't have on your bar, which is really cool. It's actually, I think, like the anti-piano, whereas normally I'm pianoing on my Sork. This is like, I don't have the piano because I just have the enchantment. I think it's a really cool kind of play on the possibility space of how
you guys
build
in your basketball.
Sork.
It's
and
baseball.
So, yeah, I really like this,
Gosh.
And it's a great way to tackle the basically since Sorcerer released, we're always just having the same, 2-3 defensive skills all the time. So it's a good way to try to shake up that meta.
Yeah, I think that's something that the that class team is constantly looking at, is like how people are playing and then finding ways to like turn that on its head. Give you reasons and incentives to turn that on its head, which is cool. It adds a lot more build variety to the game.
Moving on to some more, I guess, general questions here, not necessarily specific to what we've covered today, but Season 10. It seems like Season 10 is being pretty well received by the community. Like I'm seeing a lot of people say it's amongst their favorite seasons. Why do you folks think that is? What lesson is there to take away from Season 10?
Yeah, so I think Season 10 does a couple of really interesting things. Number one, it's really the first big shakeup to the itemization meta since Season 4, right? Like Chaos Armor is pretty awesome. It's pretty powerful, and it can really change the way you think about your build and how you're building it, right? So I think that's the first thing. It's been really successful. The other thing that to me it really sticks out as being very successful about Season 10 is that there's you really feel like there's a wide variety of activities that are worth doing in Season 11. I found that a lot of earlier seasons you've kind of naturally gravitate towards Layer Boss
notes,
Jail.
I gotta get water.
Whereas Season 10
Staying
doesn't feel
fit.
like you're imprisoned in Layer Boss Jail so much.
Yeah, that was what I was going to talk about too, and it's something we took to heart for Season 11 is there's now just multiple avenues to get, those uniques that you normally just get from the layer boss. Now there's a bunch of different ways that you can get that without even engaging in that system at all. So I think that's just allows the players to, again, experience the content they like and not feel pigeonholed into doing just this one thing because that's the only way to get the thing that they want.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to be leaning into more and more, or at least doing our best to lean into more and more season over season, is ensuring that there are reasons to just go to as many different activities as possible. I think really, at least for me personally, something that really starts to make me like ask the question, why am I still playing this season? Is when I realized that like the best thing that I could be doing is like one thing over and over and over and over again. And then when I'm on like run 100 of that or whatever, I'm just like, do I want to keep doing this? I've done this 100 times, you know? Like, I love to grind, but I want to like move from A to B to C to A to B to C over and over. Like, that just keeps it fresh. It keeps it a lot more interesting. And so having really good reasons to do all of these different really cool things that are in Diablo 4, I think is in everyone's best interest.
Now, on the topic of the Chaos Armor, Bartek. Without Chaos Armor, what role will Bartek be playing going forward, since he's permanently in the game?
Yeah, so for Bartek, I think I mentioned it earlier, but he's going to be your guarantee. He's going to be one of the guaranteed sources of Neath Iron, which is a current material we're bringing back specifically used for resetting masterworking. So if you're, chasing perfect hits on all of your items for masterworking, you're going to want to be doing Bartek to get Neath Iron. He's also the best.
All right, what did I miss? Fill me in.
Perfect rolls on tempers. And for the season, he's also a guaranteed source of heavenly sigils, so you'll be wanting to do that as well.
Nothing.
So Season 11 bringing a lot of changes. If we're looking towards the future of the game, what do you folks feel is most needed after Season 11? What does D4 need the most in Season 12 and beyond?
Balance.
I will
say
skill trees. A lot of really exciting stuff. So there are things that we are aware of and that we're working very hard on that we're gonna showcase soon. And I know everyone here is really excited about it.
Diablo.
So, not to spoil that, but if I had my magic wand, I could add anything. Assassin class from D2. That's what the game needs. Because trap assassins are awesome, and I miss them.
Trapsin was real fun,
right?
Does everyone actually want to go ahead and answer if you had a magic wand, and then you can instantly add something to the game with 0 effort?
New skill trees.
How about the rest of you?
Mapping system.
Oh, man.
Diablo.
Trapsin's pretty cool, but I think I'd definitely have to go with Amazon. I mean, I gotta love my Jamazon, throwing lightning furies and clearing whole screens of stuff.
Okay. I'll continue the trend. So, Monk was my favorite class in the Diablo franchise.
Nice.
I absolutely love Monk. I have it, I would say 80% with Spiritborn, so I'm pretty happy. But I don't know, there's just something about punching across the screen and literally just, I don't know, the Monk, they're just sweet, dude. I love the Monk so much.
So no love for Paladin. Gotcha. Okay. So of all the changes that you guys have made to the game over time, what has been the most challenging to address and why?
I'll hop in first with just talking about the evolved monster.
Okay, I'm just curious. What are the chances Riker didn't give them the questions? Let me rephrase. Do they know the questions Riker's about to ask?
And I'll give huge props to the Encounter team for all the work they did on that, as well as the other teams, the VFX teams, all the folks that supported that. It took a whole hell of a lot of work in just making sure that sort of our philosophy, all monster families
0.1% the questions weren't pre-screened.
All monster families are unique. Is very took a lot of work, and they should be very proud of that. And I think you'll notice the fruits of that labor. So for us, that was a huge effort that we spent a lot of time
on. On the system side of things, adding a whole new power system like Sanctification is pretty difficult. Like I mentioned earlier, systems are really like a giant tangled spider web of things, and you pull at one thread, and you have no idea what you'll necessarily unravel. So doing that and updating tempering and masterworking while kind of making sure that the kind of the sanctity of the game is preserved was a pretty monumental task.
Trevor, our fellowship server still down. Can you check, Trevor? I'm still standing, by the way.
I think just to add on to that, because I guess, I'm a systems designer, so every problem is a nail or whatever. But whenever you change a system, especially in a game like Diablo,
That's not the saying. Every problem is a nail. Never mind.
They all just have to exist together in harmony.
We've got about 10 minutes left.
And so because of the great deal of things that are changing in Season 11, and with all the things that we keep track of going forward as well, we have to harmonize all of that constantly, and that's, like Art was saying, a monumental lift from Art, from myself, from the rest of the systems team, and so many other teams too, because people need to be apprised and aware of how the game is changing. And I think something that people probably don't often think about when it comes to game development, but like when we were working on season 11, everyone has to work on these things in tandem. Like we all have to be working on monster combat or season ranks.
Diesel, I downloaded it and played the tutorial this morning just to make sure it worked. I had 20 different skills on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's I don't know.
Combat. You might not actually have everything ready for like how defenses are changing or how itemization is changing. And so you kind of have to like put on your like future goggles sometimes when you're like playtesting or whatnot, and just be like, well, you have to think about this is like how this is going to exist. And so when you're in the early stages of development or even the middle stages of development, that can be a great challenge, and everyone has to like be very aware ambiently of everything that's happening so that we can all understand the context properly and give feedback and make sure that it all lands at the same time perfectly, which is like just props to the team for being able to handle that and the logistics of it, which is a big reason why we have producers. So
Brett, we're gonna see it launched today.
On the topic of that tangled web, this might tie into it. Prior to release, there were talks about set items. Joe Shelley and Rod Ferguson were mentioning that sets were something that would come after release. They wanted to make sure that they were implemented well. We haven't really heard anything about sets in a while. Has it been decided that they just don't fit into D4, or are they still potentially on the table?
We're still definitely evaluating. We know that they were super popular, and like they're super fun to try and collect the thing and kind of see how you can piece together the parts of the set you need with the rest of your itemization puzzle. We're still kind of figuring out how we want to tackle it, because we know there's some problems with the D3's sets and how kind of they warped the meta that we want to avoid if we were to go and introduce sets into Diablo 4.
This sounds like no sets for a while. The Dark Citadel. Are there any plans for more raid-like content to come into the game? Any plans for changes to the Dark Citadel? Are you guys just happy with where the Dark Citadel
Trevor.
exists right now in D4?
I should do that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. When I think about the Dark Citadel, my wife is a librarian. She has the expression, a book for every reader and a reader, a reader for every book. And I think of that like in terms of activities that we have in our game, where certain activities, there's a player for every activity and an activity for every player, and not all activities appeal to all players, and that's totally fine, right? I think if we did that, the game would be very homogenous, not very interesting. So where it landed is incredibly awesome experience that is highly engaging for people who are interested in that type of content and want to go in and do more deliberate combat with puzzles and all this really awesome stuff.
I'm gonna ask a question to the people watching. So all the creators and the Diablo people saying that huge changes are coming. Remember all that stuff they were teasing? Is that this? Or is there still like, or is that like expansion? Or is that this?
I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by some things you find in Capstone Dungeons. I don't want to give it all away. I want you to go play them and experience for yourself, but there's some really fun stuff.
No,
in those
it's the
dungeons,
expansion
right?
stuff.
More info, but...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil the surprise too much. You'll certainly get to try them out in PTR and in Season 11 proper and beyond. But definitely, the team did a lot of great stuff in the Dark Citadel and learned a lot from the Dark Citadel, and there's a lot there that we really like. And yeah, it may to some degree have influenced Capstones. So let us know what you think.
All right. On the topic of seasonal events, like seasons like Halloween and Midwinter Blight, what are your thoughts on what makes a good seasonal event?
Ooh, I have a good one for Halloween.
Ooh.
Overland Butcher, Headless Horseman, who hunts down players. And if you get killed by him, he permanently changes your head to a pumpkin. Ship it. You're welcome.
Permanently.
Here all week.
It's legit the most fun.
Big bucks.
I'd rather that than what we've had.
How can I follow that up? I just need to quit my job now.
No, you don't need to quit your job. You need to get to it, Art.
Yeah, that's right. All right,
Pump it up, son.
let's
What
get
are you
going.
doing?
No, I think there's a lot of ways to approach seasonal events. We've tried a lot of ways to approach seasonal events. I think something we kind of try to do is we kind of think of events right now in two different categories. One is more like a booster. It doesn't have a lot.
Okay, so if you're the type of player that's like, I don't like arena, I don't like leaderboards, I'm not going to go sweaty S+ tier broken build. So let's just say you're not going to engage with the tower for season 11. What do you what else? What else do we have?
And then the other is more like a flagship event.
Perks? What are they called again?
We do have like differences in gameplay, and maybe there's some extra stuff like potentially a rep board or whatnot. And that would look more like March of the Goblins. And I think we're really trying to continue iterating on both of those. We want to have a good
power perks
cadence of both boosters and flagship events that people can play and that are happening fairly consistently, just to keep the game as fresh as possible. And really, I think
Riker's on a treadmill.
Like, people's heads will probably gravitate to when they think about like what they would love to see an event be is probably more like the flagships, because they are just so much more visual and they're going to have a lot more going on with them. And we're definitely very interested in exploring more of what like more flagship events and beefing them up to the best of our ability to be chunkier and more exciting and make you more excited to log in.
Talk to the Diablo Immortal team. All right, another topic
Talk to the Diablo Immortal team.
Or some people bring up a lot is Endgame. You see people repeat, like, when are they going to add Endgame, or when are they going to add more Endgame, or true or real Endgame? And how do you interpret what that question even means? Like, what does it mean to you when they
Everybody, today we are playing the early access launch of the game Fellowship, and I've got 3 game keys I can give away. It's a $25 game. The servers were down, so we are watching the video reveal from the D4 team on PTR for Season 11, while Riker is watching. We're watching Riker watch Riker reacting to the new video.
Endpoints. Right?
Easy.
And what I mean by that is that, like, there isn't really any, like, why am I doing these activities? Okay, sure, I'm doing the pit because I need glyph experience, and I'm doing this activity for that reward reason and for that, but, like, why am I actually doing these activities? Is there, there's no, like, larger kind of system driving that, and there's not really very many great goals for you to try and, like, build towards and test yourself against, right? We have climbing the pit tiers, and then we have Uber Lilith, and that's kind of it. And so I think creating greater context and creating more challenges for the player to test themselves against is going to go a long way to kind of making that end game for Diablo 4. And I think, that some of the changes in Season 11, and especially with the tower, are kind of some major steps that we're taking towards that.
So this is something you guys are actively working towards?
Yeah, I mean, we're discussing and talking about things like this constantly, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think Art put it really well when he said that a lot of it is about goals. I think different people will give you wildly different answers about what can you define as, oh, I have reached endgame? Because some people would say, like, oh, when you enter Torment 1 for the first time, you're now in the end game. Other people would say, no, that's not end game. You're in the end game when you're in Torment 4 and you've, like, beaten everything or whatever. And really, it's about giving people longer form goals. And I think that we saw that to some degree with Chaos Armor, for example, because there's so many different versions of Chaos Armor that you could find, and so being able to chase those is kind of a longer form goal. So that's another reason why I think people liked it. And Art, to your point, like, I think the tower is going to be a place where people will be able to chase longer form, like, internalized satisfaction, and the satisfaction of being able to show it off to their friends, just how far they've gone. And yeah, I think to the point of giving people more long-term goals to chase, that's definitely something we're very interested in. And I think Season 11 is hopefully a good example of that, and there will be more to come.
So meta progression is a term that some of us in the community have started to use when talking about certain kinds of endgame systems that are not just advancing our own personal power, but progressing along some path of goals. Is adding some kind of layer of meta progression system anything that you guys are interested in doing?
Yeah, we're looking at a bunch of different ways that we can kind of contextualize your journey and what your goals might be in the end game, but we don't have anything concrete to talk about yet.
Fair enough. How do you folks see the relationship the game has with casual players versus blasters, and how, as designers, do you feel you can service both groups of players?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I think that's kind of what makes Diablo 4 special, is its ability to cater to both of these groups, and both groups find enjoyment in the content that we have, and not to harp back to the previous example, books and readers and all that stuff, but I think there's offerings for everybody, and I think one of the big things about Season 11 is the changes that we're putting
Riker,
in.
can you ask him? I don't want to cast shouts anymore. I need that automated forever.
All the improvements to all the systems
that?
are for everyone, and
Riker.
they can enjoy it equally, and I think that's one of the best things about Season 11.
Yeah, I think something we really try to take to heart at Blizzard is creating easy to learn and hard to master games. And I think that's represented in how a game can be approachable when like you start playing it for the first time. Like if you
That's funny.
go back in time to when you played the campaign for the first time, what were the tools available to you when you stepped out of the cavern in Kyovashad? Not really much. You didn't even have a skill, right? You just ran up to things and left clicked them. You couldn't really do anything. And now if you compare that to, probably when you're 30 hours into season 10, it's a very different experience. And so I think we really try to approach this from the sense of like, at its very core, Diablo is a very simple game. There's not actually that much going on. But then when you dig deeper into every little minutia of how a skill works, how this item works, how this stat works, all these different things all combine to create something that does have a tremendous amount of depth.
She said, here at Blizzard Entertainment, we create games that are easy to play and hard to master. And she started talking about Diablo 4.
More. And so I think that that's really core to how we think about Diablo 4. And so, yes, to answer the question directly, I do think that we can appeal to blasters and casual players. I think that's what we strive to do in all the different systems that we create.
Yeah, absolutely. Not without its challenges, but I think like Owen mentioned, one of the things that I think sets Diablo 4 apart is kind of these scalable systems that work whether you're a more casual player or you're like hardcore bleeding edge blaster pushing 150s.
All right, so we got PTR that's going to be running from October 21st to 28th. That's 1 week, and a lot of stuff is changing in the game as we've just gone over. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see folks focus their efforts on in testing on PTR?
Yeah, so from my end, I worked a lot on the season rank system, and a lot of that is encompassed in the level 1 to 60 0 to hero journey. So if you feel the impetus, if you have the kindness in your heart, please ignore Marak for a little bit and actually try going through the season journey and naturally trying out the capstones and experiencing kind of that new 0 to hero experience that we have.
Yeah, for me, obviously, I've been harping on it the whole time, but Evolved Monster Combat, any feedback you have there, specifically around how the monsters feel, how combat feels in general, do you like the increase in difficulty, are you feeling memorable moments, the affixes, are there any who's like, oh, god damn it, this one again? Let us know, I'd love to hear it, not all are going to be amazing to fight, we do want that healthy friction, but if there's some that you really grate your teeth against, I'd love to know that.
Good puppy.
We can iterate on it.
For me, I mean, obviously, probably all the itemization stuff that we rework and all the new stuff. Just like, yeah, take
Emotional
a look at
support,
it,
dog.
send feedback. Actually, also in the context of the leveling journey would be super awesome. Like how you're building your character early game. Does the armor system and resistance system feel good? Like, does tempering? Like, do you actually care about using tempering, leveling up? All that stuff would be super useful as well if you can ignore Brack for a day or two.
Yes. And to finish this all off, we cannot forget, after you've ignored Marak for a day or two, or however you want to approach it, go try out the tower. We want tons of feedback on the tower. we want to make the tower the sharpest version of itself that it can possibly be, that really feels like it puts the RNG in your hands to manipulate and do to the best of your ability. So if anything feels like there's randomness that's occurring that doesn't feel like you can address it in any way meaningfully and it doesn't feel great, let us know. Just let us know how the mode feels. Try it out.
All right, fantastic. We've covered a lot of ground today. I appreciate your time, and as a PSA to folks watching, right after this video ends, you can find these folks. These three are going to be on the Sanctuary Discord for a live Q&A. They'll be on voice. You could submit your questions and hear their answers if there's anything that wasn't covered in this video right here. But before we close, any last message any of you wanted to put out to the folks?
I just encourage you all to play the PTR and give as much feedback as you can, positive, negative. It's super, super helpful, and our goal is to iterate on what you see in that PTR and make Season 11 the biggest, best season that we could possibly have, and sort of blow your minds.
Yeah, what Owen said.
Yeah, try it all out. You know, we've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in Season 11. I cannot wait for you guys to get your hands on it. And we'll see you in the future, which is right now for you, but not for us, which is why it's the future. So, yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Like and subscribe to Riker.
Yeah.
Tip jars.
My
available.
Venmo is.
Alrighty, so let's get set up on the Discord. I've had to pee forever, so I'm gonna get connected to the channel so you guys can.
Oh, we get to now go live to the Discord, guys. Guys, we get cut it. What do you mean? Ask your powers question. What? Gamer? What? We get to go live to the Sanctuary disc, please. No. I just want to hear 1 minute. Hold on. Diesel, just 1 minute. I promise.
Okay.
I gotta hear them.
From
All right.
past in the
Loud and
future.
clear.
I'll be right back.
Cameras on. What a way to end
Tell me what I missed.
with Art advertising his Venmo. And so thank you for cutting it off because there was a QR
Cut
code
me off
in case
before I
you guys
got to
were
throw the
watching.
handle out.
Well, what's up, team? Been watching the chat since earlier. Obviously, a brand new format for a lot of the ways that we've been doing updates for all things Diablo 4. But cool to see, like, where we get 264,000 people here chilling, checking out all the stuff. We'll do some general intros on things, but first and foremost, thanks to everybody for joining us in the update, especially with the interview with Riker. The team did a lot of cool coverage on the things in there, answered some pretty tough questions already in terms of what's coming into the game, what's top of
264,000 people is probably the amount of people in the total Discord, not the amount of people that are in the chat.
that. Is probably an hour and a half since we got to see those. But my name's Rich. Everyone knows me as Filthy Rich on forums, on the Sanctuary Discord channel, the community manager
Where's
here
the
for
fellowship
the
game?
Diablo
We're
franchise.
listening to this.
And happy to introduce this new format to talk about all these cool things coming in for the upcoming PTR, but also just for Diablo 4 itself. And while we have everyone here fresh and live, if you don't mind just doing a quick round of intros for the awesome panel that we have.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Owen Leach.
Oh, brother. Okay. I muted them for a second. Can anybody... All right. I feel like I've got a good sense of Season 11 now. Basically, the entire season theme is divine gifts. Another way to break this down would be divine perks. Another way to break it down would be divine powers. And these are passive. These are passive gifts. Passive gifts. Yeah, pretty much. Gee, that doesn't look like a PoE map buffing or anything. What? Wrong. No powers. Oh, brother. Yeah, pretty much powers. Hey, bunny. Gifts, not powers, sir. Oh, brother. Everybody knows that. Now, You're going to be killing bosses and the bosses' minions. And then you're going to go talk to the angel that came down, and the angel's going to give you gifts that you get to select. That are passive perk powers. Okay. Duriel, Andariel, Asmodan, and Belial will each have their own ranks and areas, and that's how you get your thing. And now we have the tower if you're into like S tier progression leaderboards pushing to the top. Okay, something I was reading that I was just scratching my head about during this entire time was this. Maybe someone can explain it. Renown changes in the seasonal realm. Your renowned will now only stand permanent in the eternal realm. Within the seasonal realm, you still earn additional benefits associated from the former renowned system based on your progress in the new system. Seasonal ranks, additional skill points 1, 2, and 3. Seasonal rank awards additional Paragon points 3, 4, 5, and 6. Altars of Lilith still grant some experience and minor rewards. Then permanent stats and powers. Okay. We don't have to redo Renown, right? I'm just raising my hand really quick. We don't, right? If they made us do those altars again, I would throw my computer into the ocean. I think they are adding Renowned to not include statues. It means you have to do it over again each season. Having to go find those each season. That's what it sounds like to me. I think they split it, permanent stats and some small bonuses for do it again. I think some skill points will be tied to renown. If I have to redo the altars and renown, I'm uninstalling permanently. It sounds like we do. Well, it reads weird, and I was hoping it was going to get brought up during the talk. Within the seasonal realm, we will be playing seasonal. You can still earn additional benefits associated with the former renowned based on your progress in the new seasonal rank. Seasonal rank rewards additional skill points and additional Paragon. It sounds like you have to, if it's giving you skill points, right? Seasonal rank gives you skill points, not renown. Okay, seasonal rank rewards skill points. Wait. Earn additional benefits associated with the former renown system based on your progress in the new seasonal rank system. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. Still not something I'd want to redo every season. This is one of those things where you want to talk about like just an easy win. Just everyone. 99.99% of any person that's ever played Diablo 4. Hey, we get it. Anything that has to do with renowns, unlocking your strongholds, having to go get all the stupid waypoints, all this dumb crap you have to do at the beginning of every season. We know it's a chore. We know you hate it. We're going to give you the renown points, and it's going to be unlocked at the beginning of every season. You know, like, it's such an easy win. And now it's like, it almost looks like we have to redo it more now. Where's your vision, Aaron? This was literally a waste of dev resources, in my opinion. They're trying to get us to do renown again still. I don't know if that's what it's saying. That's what it sounds like. Don't you rank up your renown level as you progress? Sounds like two different systems. Renown is eternal and seasonal. You need to redo every season. It's just to make sure they get the player retention numbers they want. You know, it would be a big win. Redoing the entire skill trees. Give us that. Give us a new way to play the game instead of the same crap for the last 2 years. Sounds like to me it's going to be stuff we're already doing. Yeah, but when does D4 ever go for the easy wins? No, I don't know. Renown changes in the seasonal realm. Your renown will now only stand permanent in the eternal realm. And it literally says here, altars of Lilith and tenets of Akarat will still grant some experience and minor rewards rather than permanent stats and power. So it's no longer giving permanent stats and power, but it will give experience and rewards. So like you don't, I guess rewards would be items. So if you don't care about experience and items, you don't got to do the alt. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I think it's stuff we do anyways. They moved the power from renown to the battle pass levels. No, they shut up. No, they didn't, Odin. Get out of here. Right? So we have to find those statues again. You don't have to. It's saying it no longer gives permanent stats and power. It gives experience and rewards. But technically, you do have to redo all the statues. The altars of Lilith will not be complete. You can do them for experience and minor rewards, but they no longer give permanent stats and power. This is why we can't have nice things. Oh, brother. What? That is, I don't know. All that work. Highly optional. Yes, that's very optional. Okay. Renowned is now reset every season. They are going back to capstone dungeons, and there's 5 of them now. So you have normal, expert, torment 1, torment 2, and torment 3. So you got to redo your capstone dungeon now to progress through the different areas of the game. This one's tough. I like being able that you don't have to do anything for what the first 4. Now you need to go through them. They've wanted us to do renown over and over since the beginning. I'm so done with D4. What do you mean? They're making it better. So capstone dungeons are back. Renown redo. Leaderboards with the new tower system if you're into competing. And the seasonal perk is divine gifts. These are passive rewards, passive buffs to your character for beating the 4 bosses. On top of that, crafting is now deterministic. Go back to the top. So, here we go. Masterworking and tempering. You now can just temper. You pick the affix you want, and you automatically get it. You can only get 1 on there. Masterworking, you now upgrade the quality of an item. So you get to pick your affix you want tempered. You get to masterwork your quality of your item, which gives you a greater affix. And you now have a val system where you could val the item. So you find the item, you pick your temper, you up the quality, you get the greater affix, item is done, you val it, and now it's done. That's the final thing. Rather play PoE 2 campaign instead of getting the altars of Lilith. You don't have to do the altars of Lilith. They only give experience and minor rewards. They don't give power. All right. So yeah, that's season 11. My actual big question, and I know I said this already, is the content creators that were privy to all this information prior and the Diablo team saying that there is huge changes coming. Is this it? That's my question. Everything that's been like talked about over the last few months, is this it? Or is there there's more. There's more on the horizon. That's what I want to know. No, this is not it. Okay, Rusty. If this is it, they are cooked. They were talking about the expansion specifically. Okay. Isn't the expansion another 6 to 9 months away? They just said that the expansion's been pushed back and there will be multiple seasons before the next expansion. So most people are saying 3. So you think 11, 12, 13, and then maybe expansion. Progressing torment levels through the pit system must have felt empty to the devs, and they already had the capstone, so they're like, screw it, let's just bring back capstone. Oh my gosh, look what's happening here. What, you guys thought they were gone?
Thank you for the names, because I easily get baited by terrible names and saying the wrong things, but everyone's been a really good person in here
They're
writing
back, Diesel!
regular names.
Diesel!
Okay, so this question comes from Galbatorix90 and says, loving the direction with the Chaos Uniques in Season 10. Are there plans in Season 11 to revisit or rework underutilized Uniques and Mythic items so that they become more viable for modern-day builds and endgame play?
That's a great question.
Yeah, so first of all, super happy to hear that you are enjoying Chaos Uniques. Galbatorix90, that's great. Second, yeah, absolutely. There's definitely been a lot of chatter around the office about, updating unique items and potentially applying new philosophies to them and making
Banana,
them
that's
shine
not
even
funny.
better in the future. We don't necessarily have anything specific to share about that right now, but there's some stuff we're cooking.
Beautiful, right, Anger?
Did have a chance to talk with Charles Dunn. Shout out to Charles Dunn, the man with the master plan for all things character update balance. Our patch notes are embedded within the PTR need to know things in there, so you will capture some of the updates that have been made to some of the mythics. I think one thing that he called.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I play Barbarian Triple Shout with them not just being automated. That really is going to be tough to lose.
I think the one that comes to mind is Seelig. Sorry, damn it. I just keep calling
Melted
it
Heart of
Seelig.
Seelig,
But
yeah.
yes, the Seelig amulet.
Yeah.
I know.
By the way, guys, this is only supposed to go for 2.5 hours. So we're almost... We got about 2 hours of this.
Realizing
But it's
behind him
cool
is a
to
ghost.
see
Watch
some
out,
of these
Rich.
things kind of trickle in season over season, and it's definitely, from what we've read on forums, a lot of love coming in from season 10, specifically to Chaos Armors. But yeah, let us know more of your
Dude, if
thoughts on
Melted
that.
Heart of Seelig becomes
the
like
team
Mana
created a
Shield,
cook-up
that's
idea.
sick.
Next idea. Next question comes in from
He's trying to kill us.
Awino Miku. Can items still drop with GAs, or is it only a masterworking thing
I
now?
don't know, it's open.
Oh, items can absolutely still drop with GAs. Just you can think of the masterworking capstone as a way.
Dude,
to
I need
get
this
a
hat
GA
right
or a
there. I
guaranteed
need
GA
that
on your
one.
item, like a guaranteed extra GA. So you can still drop, 1, 2, 3, 4 GAs.
So if you're just missing one GA, that's
Aoi.
well, I guess it would be the temper.
I hope I got
right?
your name right. Just write it phonetically for me in chat. So if I
Easy.
do have another question from you, I can say it.
Congrats, Anger, on being on one of the best places on the planet, sir.
Crane 6 or Crane 6, the cuddly hamster. Are bosses technically elites, or do they get different mods as well?
Bosses are not elites, and when you say mods, I think we're talking about elite affixes. They do not.
Correct.
All right,
Yeah.
I can't watch it.
So,
All right,
the
that's
new
enough. I've
affixes
had
that
enough.
get rolled.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Riker. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Did Aaron get a D4 overload? No, I have every question that I needed was answered. All right, let's see if we've got an update on Steam for Fellowship. Let's see what we got here. Dun, dun, dun. Fellowship. No update. Picking up kiddos from school. I'll be back later. What? You're gonna miss the story of Fellowship right now, dude. If it works. Oh, yeah.
No good can come of this. We have endured peace for long enough. If these dark tidings take root, then no one will be safe.
The world is changing. Ever since the tremor, the simmering forces of darkness are stepping out into the light. Old powers, long forgotten, have reawakened, twisting flesh and soul alike, and corrupting our world. Reforging ancient pacts and bestowing new gifts. And they're growing stronger.
Which is exactly why we must act.
A corpse, armor, and bones. He took them.
Have a good one, Candy King.
Then if any among you still remember what it means to fight, now is the time.
I know of the place. I will be your guide.
We'll take the fight to them.
Heard someone needed a hand. Tariq, my boy, just in time to miss the planning. Thunder doesn't plan, old friend. It arrives.
Enough pleasantries.
The world is watching. We cannot fail now.
Fellowship of the ring of the game. Whoa. All right. World of Warcraft art. Aaron is hungry. He's eating his jersey again. Oh, brother. It's a hoodie, not a jersey. Everybody knows that. Server is up. I have not played this game. It launched early access today. This is like, the devs are like, you don't have to play, but here's 4 keys, 1 for you and 3 to give away. I was like, all right, I'll play and I'll give away some of the games. So this is not a sponsored stream, just FYI. Not a sponsored stream. Still showing D4? No. You hit refresh. This is WoW, but only dungeons. No one real's gonna win anyways. Oh, brother. All right. Stupid bots. The request timed out. Let me win. I'm frustrated and need something new. You're frustrated with Torch. Oh yeah, crafting in Torchlight is brutal. All right, here's character selection. Tank. Pretty interesting. Both tanks are female. You got like a monk tank and a sword and board. Damage. The hell happened to her forearms? They got rocks. Everybody knows that. Damage dealer. Frost mage. Spin to win. Rogue. Archer. There's Frosty. This guy looks like me right here, guys. Healers. Oh, brother. Is that a tail? What is she, a fox? He has more hair. That's funny. I'm a healer. And Slider is DPS. Where's the minion class? That's a good question. Foxy lady? I guess she's... Aaron is looking for the minion hero. I'm not looking for the minion hero. I'm not. By the way, Zerdan, I continue to tweak my car and crossout. From last Friday, all 14 tires have been upgraded. My guns reload anywhere from 15 to 40% quicker, and I've added 700 durability. So, tires, reload, cabin, durability. That's play a damage one. Come on. I was going to play a healer so I could just sit back and chat with you guys. He looks for new ways to kill my car every week. No. All right, this guy, he looks like me. Big shoulders. Strong. Difficulty 3. Oh boy. What? This isn't Death Must Die. Nah, this guy has hair. So I should be this guy. Right? Because he has no hair. That's real funny. Yeah, the squint really... Yes. He doesn't have a hood. Yep. He's difficulty 4. Furry alert. Come on, Phantom. I need something easy. Whatever. There's no one max difficulty. Big shoulders, strong. I mean, buddy, you are fit, but that's a stretch. Oh, brother. Where's difficulty 0? I don't know. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I know I'm going to be good at whatever it is, you know. Guys. Cajun, did you hear my car upgrades? All 14 tires upgraded. I got my cabin, so I reload 15 to 40% quicker. Upgraded the engine. And I retooled the armor for the entire car. It has 700 more durability. I made a lot of progress on my whip. What am I, oh, loading. Like, what the hell am I supposed to be doing? More food for the drones. You're not allowed to use drones. Everybody knows that. That's not funny, Cajun. No, I already had everything. I didn't have to do any shopping. Well, I had to buy 14 more tires. Kind of sounds like Lord of the Rings a little bit. Server still cooked. 14 tires is insane. So you will use credits and cross out, but not TLI. Hey, today is the 7-day login where you get your legendary pet. That's not funny. All right. We're going to start the stream by giving away a key. I guess we've been live for 2.5 hours. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Giving away a free copy, $25 value for what? Fellowship. It looks like LE 1.0 launch. Why do you guys got to bring up LE? What? We're not. Why isn't this game like PoE? This one probably has a roadmap, though. That's not funny. All right, 1 more minute. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, costs you nothing. Type in !a giveaway. LE players in shambles right now. Bro, listen. What happens if tomorrow we make it to the 4th last Epoch dev stream without the roadmap? I don't know what I will... Prepare for disappointment. That would mean that they said new roadmap coming. Then Mike said it's coming soon. Then Mike said it's coming very soon. Then Judd said it's done. I'm crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Then Mike said, I don't know why it hasn't been released yet. I've already seen it. And it's now another week since that. That just didn't... What? The roadmap we made is now out of date. Oh my gosh. All right. Starting the countdown, right meow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. 10, 9, 8. After 8 comes 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries are officially closed. The winner of a free copy of Fellowship, the new early access drop, $25 value. The winner is, click, Cleansing Light. This is a real person. Cleansing Light. This is where D says, I'll give you something to cleanse. Absolute bot. This is a real person, dude. This person's real. See? Look! They're here! Huh? Right. It's a chat. Yeah, pretty sure I'm not a bot. Cleansing Light, can you do me a favor and say something in chat that a bot would not say? Can you do me a favor? Just, something a human would say. A human. That's what a bot would say. No. I'm currently in a work meeting, but also watching stream. That's exactly what a bot would say. No, you gotta... See, it's definitely a bot. Bots are always working. 100% a bot. AI nonsense. And in meetings on Twitch. That's an AI answer. Come on, guys. I made tomato soup for lunch. Question mark. A bot would not say this, right? Or is the question mark because the bot doesn't know how to cook? Does that count? A bot would put a question mark. Oh my gosh. Cleansing Light, congratulations on the win. If you are not in the Discord, there's the link. All you got to do is send me a DM and I'll send you a key for Fellowship. Screenshot. All right, this is complete. Starting the next giveaway. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. Fellowship key number 2. Number 2. Go number 2. All right. We couldn't get a game because we picked DPS. Everybody needs a healer. We're going to try getting a game with a healer. This is going to work. Phantom, 2250 on Steam for an unplayable game. It's not unplayable. It's watch. I mean, I haven't played it yet. Felden's Gaming, thanks for the sub. Powder, thanks for the prime. The loading time simulator. Okay, guys. What's the giveaway for? We're giving away a free copy of the game I'm playing right now, Fellowship, launched early access today. Okay, this is a simple question. What would you guys rather do? Try and get into the game loading or watch the D4 Discord Q&A? You want me to go? I could go back. Game loading. Try and get in. I'd rather watch the game loading for sure. Rather watch a nail gun to my forehead. More loading time, please. Game loading. I love the loading screen. D4 bad. Why not both? I thought you had LE as an option. Bring the doggo back. Cross out. Dude, my new car in cross out is looking good. Is looking good. Is there a trailer to watch? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. The game we are trying to get into today, this is the early access launch of Fellowship. Today, launched early access today. Does it remind you of WoW a little bit? Is this anyone else getting WoW vibes? Like big time? Totally. A WoW dev made this? Wait, is that true? I'm playing WoW right now. Yep. WoW with better graphics. So much WoW vibes. It's a WoW clone totally for sure. What kind of WoW is this? Fellowship is a multiplayer online dungeon adventure set in an exciting fantasy setting with endless scaling dungeon runs. Early access drop today. Normally $25, on sale for $22.50. And it's got 3 supporter packs. Server update. We're actually working on ongoing server issues that have occurred today and apologize for the trouble. We're getting closer to identifying the issues that we have seen. Bro, that is literally verbatim LE 1.0 launch. Okay. Currently has 54% mixed reviews. Wow, they perfectly replicated the feelings of MMO launch server issues. Buy it. Horrendous launch. This game blows. Already put in for a refund. Unplayable. Game is great. Love the depth. Fun.
Hi everyone, I'm Hamish Bode, Community Director for Fellowship. On behalf of the team here at Chief Rebel, we couldn't be more excited to invite you all to our public playtest. But first things first, I'd like to give you an overview of our game and get you up to speed on what you can expect in
Like, what does that sound?
Fellowship. Fellowship is a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or a MODA, taking the best parts of the endgame MMO experience and putting them front and center. If you love cooperative dungeon-focused gameplay, Fellowship is the game for you. To get started in our game, you'll first select your hero from our roster of tanks, healers, and damage dealers. A tank's primary role is to absorb damage and keep the enemy focus on them. Positioning and threat management are key to optimal tank play. Damage dealers are the ones that bring the pain to the enemy. You want to be doing as much damage as possible to take down the enemies while the tank keeps them busy. A healer keeps the team in tip-top shape, focusing on keeping everyone's health bars high and providing buffs to the rest of the group. After selecting a hero you'd like to play, you'll find yourself in the Stronghold, a shared hub where you can get ready for your next adventure, manage your stash, upgrade gear, and figure out your rotations on the training dummies. Once you're ready, open up our group finder to find like-minded players that are looking for the same challenge that you are. Once your group is found, you'll start the dungeon and fight your way through packs of enemies, each with unique and challenging abilities of their own that you'll need to keep an eye on. You and your group will have to work together and take out enough of these enemies to up your kill score as you make your way towards the boss. Now, these bosses aren't your standard hack and slash fare, and you'll need to pay careful attention to the boss mechanics that Fellowship has to offer. A lot of our encounters will make veterans feel right at home, while others will push the boundaries to give players an entirely new challenge.
Farva, you got into a few games. Is it actually fun? Is it fun? What the hell is this? Right now we are playing the early access launch of Fellowship, but I can't get a game to load. I only played one and it was okay. Playing. Well, he played it.
As players reach higher difficulties, these bosses will become even more challenging as they unlock their own advanced mechanics and abilities. Pay attention and communicate with your group to end up on top. During these dungeons, you'll also need to keep a close eye on your own abilities, their cooldowns, including your ultimate, and find the optimal time to use them. Once you take down that final boss and have fulfilled the kill score requirement for the dungeon, you'll be handsomely rewarded with a big shiny chest of loot for your efforts. You'll then return to the Stronghold to revel in your rewards, as well as the new skills, talents, and power that will be added to your toolbox for that hero along the way. But that's just the beginning. When you're ready, it's time to dive straight back into your next dungeon, which may take you around 30 minutes as you work your way through multiple bosses. Or if you're short on time, we also have adventures which have a single boss and will take about 10 to 15 minutes each. We want to give you options to chase down the loot you need in the time that you have available. With each completed dungeon and adventure, you'll gain the power you need to take on new and increasingly difficult challenges, and you'll be rewarded with loot that is far more powerful than what you began with. For those of you that haven't played a game like this for whatever reason, maybe you just didn't have the time, or the prospect of doing NPC quests for hundreds of hours didn't appeal to you, we are so excited to invite you into an experience that has been hidden away from you for way too long. We've put a lot of work ready. It's time to dive straight back into your next dungeon, which may take you around 30 minutes as you work your way through multiple bosses.
I fell asleep.
Or if you're short on time, we also have adventures which have a single boss and will take about 10 to 15 minutes each. We want to give you options to chase down the loot you need in the time that you have available. With each completed dungeon and adventure, you'll gain the power you need to take on new and increasingly difficult challenges, and you'll be rewarded with loot that is far more powerful than what you began with. For those of you that haven't played a game like this for whatever reason, maybe you just didn't have the time, or the prospect of doing NPC quests for hundreds of hours didn't appeal to you, we are so excited to invite you into an experience that has been hidden away from you for way too long. We've put a lot of work into making sure that you have the best experience right from the start.
Oh, that's a poor choice of words. That didn't age well.
We know that for a lot of you, your competitive spirit is why you'll want to play Fellowship. We've included high skill cap heroes in our roster, a group finder system so you can find similarly skilled players, customizable UI, we've also got leaderboards to climb, gear to collect, and a bunch of ways to gain the prestige that comes with being the best in the business. This is just the beginning of the Fellowship journey, and we can't wait to make this game with and for our community. So make sure you jump into our public playtest available at Steam Next Fest starting February 24th.
There you have it. Sounds a bit more like an MMO without the social part. Damn, that sucks. Well, I mean, the plan for today was to play this. Are we like locked? Show us your car, Aaron. No, I'm not logging into Crossout. Crossout's for Fridays. Tomorrow we have Last Epoch gameplay, Last Epoch roadmap, Last Epoch dev stream, and Farva Fridays. Try restarting. I see people in. Can't even get out of the thing. That's hilarious. He thinks there's going to be a roadmap tomorrow. What? It's Friday in Australia, so... Right? Oh my gosh, I almost clicked on Crossout. Yes, play StarCraft. Yes. No. I just can't play StarCraft the whole stream. I got to load into the loading screen. Everybody knows that. Gosh. TLI? This is the one. We're going to get in. Roadmap tomorrow? It has to be tomorrow, right? Right?
No good can come of this. We have endured peace for long enough. If these dark tidings take root, then no one will be safe.
Even if you manage to log in, it takes you an hour to get a game. I saw that on multiple streams. All right. Tomorrow they release the roadmap that details when the roadmap will be released. You know what's funny? Is I don't even hate that. I don't hate the tease for the tease. On all socials, on Discord, on Reddit, on forums, on Mike's stream, huge announcement. We'll be dropping our future roadmap that's going to let you know timing, content, what's coming, what we're working on Tuesday, the blah, blah, blah. We're going to be taking live questions. We're going to be going over everything. I'd be totally fine with that. Actually, I'd prefer it, because then I could plan out the week and the days. That would actually be great. Instead of me at 9:30 sitting on Discord messaging all of you saying, today's gotta be the day. It's gotta be the day. And then we all sit there and I collapse and then, all right, well, I guess today's not the day. I hate that. All right. Here we go. We're loading in. Did I hear subathon? No. You guys hear that epic music? I just heard subathon. See, I did hear it. We're not talking about subathons. And I feel like I've boosted the, like, you know, the expectation of the Last Epoch roadmap, that it's going to be like Q1, new bosses, Q2. I don't know. Now I feel like I'm going to be disappointed anyways. Who dared whisper those sacred words? Q2 PvP. Q3 console release. I know. And the game's not loading again. Tekken, listen. Okay. There is something that is currently missing in our society. It is a word you've probably never heard. It's called patience. Fellowship, part of the early access launch, is teaching us to be patient and respectful. And I have patience. So what is this word you speak of? What? It's still loading. Skip the campaign, skip the monolith. I need endgame now. Endgame sucks. It's gonna work, guys. Guys, I have patience. I kick them every day. Oh, brother. Maybe there's so many players. The world is so advanced with high-tech visuals and combat that it just takes this long to generate all that to get it, you know. Luz, where are you going? The BS meter's pegging again. What? Oh, brother, no chance. What are you on? I want some. You don't know. It isn't. Brett, you don't know. It's because this game doesn't have powers. Everybody knows that. They forgot to feed the hamster. Show me the money. Show me your car. Oh! You see? What? Wait, what am I supposed to do? It's not gonna crash, bro. Not running very good. Exit and run off the cliff. You think it would let me run off? You've been invited to a group. Yeah, I want in. I don't even know what... I don't even know how to play.
Frost, shield me!
Friend request.
Light is with us!
I'm ready. Bro, you guys said it wasn't gonna work. See, I'm in. Wait, Farva, what the hell am I supposed to do? This guy has a horse. Wait, am I supposed to have one of those? No.
Frost, protect me!
I have no idea what any of these skills do. I just know I'm tearing these guys up. Lowest on the DPS meter. Wait, am I? You know, I don't have the good items. Okay, I just wanted to check in really quick. There's a lot of people that find this game like this fun, right?
Frost Ward!
Leroy Jenkins. Look at that. Your tank seems to be a pretty hardcore WoW player. It looks okay. I just feel like I've already mastered the game. I'm just shooting, tearing these guys up. What are you shooting? I don't know. Ice crap? It's like we get it. And once it clicks, it clicks. Dude, this tank is tearing up everything. That's right. You guys didn't think I was gonna get a game. But then they were like, we need a good DPS that is, I mean, I don't do that much DPS, but I could if I started trying harder. They needed a good DPS, but settled for you. You settled for you. You know?
Water!
Well, at least you're not last. Hey, if you're last, this is my first game. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Frost, protect me!
Uh-oh. Big bada boom, guys. Leroy Jenkins.
Ward up.
That's not very nice.
Frost, shield me.
See that? I put up the frost shield at the perfect time. Hey, the little flower lady's got vines that shoot. You guys didn't tell me that. Those look like minions to me.
Frost, protect me.
Siren song. It made us jump over the edge. That. So much for mass. That one doesn't count. How the hell am I supposed to know that this thing is gonna make me, you know, go bye-bye? While you are dead, would you like some general tips on your character? You think I don't know how to play it? You shoot until the thing's dead. Right? General tips. While you're dead, you want some tips? Oh, brother. Leroy! Uh-oh. Just a heal check. I hate it when they're talking like we're... Are you supposed to communicate during these fights? Like as a team?
Frostwolf, shield me.
Brother. Yes? Cajun, don't look at me like that.
No! We suck again! I'm just getting started!
My ward shields me. Frost, shield me.
No! No! Oh. They siren songed me off the edge again. Wee! Orange, that's not funny. That's... You need the chain leg. What? It's a chain looking ability. You have to die. It's part of the learning experience. Oh, crap. Wait. Uh-oh. Hey, guys. Sorry, I'm not very good at this game. My poor team. It's all right. They kicked him. No, I was waiting. I went the wrong way.
My ward shields me.
Now I got it. You guys think I didn't know how to do it. Now I know how to do it. You're supposed to bind yourself to this thing?
Frost shields me. Frost ward shields me.
It clicks. I can't believe I figured it out already. Jeez.
Winter, protect me.
He can be taught. That's right. Bro, this is gonna be my new main. I'm calling it. I didn't think I could figure it out this fast.
Winter, protect me.
Fellowship sponsorship incoming. Well, when you play your first time and you're already killing the end game boss, it's
My
like,
ward shields me.
like, what else are you supposed to do? Why are you guys laughing? Huh? First try. Loot explosion, baby. Give me all that. How do I take their stuff too? Wait, what did I say? No, that's not what I meant. This guy thinks he's a professional gamer or something. I think that's the whole game. Right? Where the hell's the rest of my team? Killed it. Pro player. What? All done. You beat it. Log out. Aaron would definitely be a ninja looter. What? Aaron, you should probably hover over your abilities. Why? Yeah, 4 different damage dealers and a shield. These don't mean anything. $5 says he's looking for the bazaar. What? It's the burning question. Where's the auction house bazaar? Guys, I don't need an auction house and a bazaar. All right. I already killed the chain lady. Good job from the healer. Wait, was there a healer? Yeah. No, come on. No. Come on. We were logged in. Come on. Don't do it. That's not funny, Odin. Come on. Log in. Guys. Hey, by the way, we are gonna get the roadmap tomorrow, right? West. And the wait begins again. That's the life of a healer. Was there a healer? And the healer's world crumbles down. Of course, LOL roadmap. Loading screen boss is OP. Told you, an hour per game. Incoming air code 37. Aaron has to pay attention to us during this part. See? Thanks for the streamer client code. All right. We're in. The Oracle. Wings? No, we don't want wings. Gems and the jeweler. We're just gonna take a quick, we're just gonna look around town and see what's available. Just take a gander, you know. All right. We got a weapon. Play the song. No. We got a weapon. Okay. Do you sell anything? Is this the new WoW expansion? Yeah. Stash. Okay. Scrapping. Okay. Gosh, so far all I'm seeing is ways to augment your gear through frickin' crafting. Are you the auction house? Aaron, did you claim your fellowship drops yet? Is there fellowship drops? There are fellowship drops. I am now watching someone on a muted tab to earn drops.
Frost Ward shields me.
You got 3 of them? What is it? No, I gotta like validate my email and all this crap. Oh, I don't forget it. Crafter. Oh, this is the person I need. Hey, I need one of these. Complete a dungeon and unlock a reward to get access to mounts. All right. Okay. I completed a dungeon. Rewards. Oh, brother. Did I not complete that dungeon? All right.
My ward shields me.
Communication error. Give me that horse. I'm not looking for the bazaar. I'm just wondering if they even have anything like that. My trusted steed. Bro, look at this. Woo-hoo-hoo! Huh? West? West? He's just horsing around. No, I'm not. I'll change heroes. Cheating already, I see. He barely started playing. He's already bought something. No, they give it to you, dude. It's a reward for me being the MVP and killing the siren lady.
You stand before annihilation.
All right. I think we've gone around our little town here. And I've seen everything. I've not seen any form of like trade system or, you know, anything like a bartering. I haven't seen any of that yet in the game. Okay. You got MVP for being pulled off the edge. Weird system. No, that's not true. Game Finder. You must be disappointed there's no bazaar. I am not disappointed there's no bazaar, sir. Friends? Friend request.
Slaves, shield me!
Wait. Add a friend. I gotta copy Farva's code. Bro, I even figured out how to send friend requests already. This might be the fastest I've mastered a game, I think, so far. I don't know yet.
Witness my wrath!
What the hell is that? I've also unlocked Archon mode. Look at this. Oh, brother. What? He's disappointed that the game doesn't have a roadmap. I'm in a dungeon with Slider. Great. I hate how Farva's always ahead of me by like 1 second. Hold on. All right. I'm stuck on a loading screen again, but we'll add you as soon as I'm out. Then we will be 3. All right, sweet. Perfect. Wait a second, but Farva, are you and Slider good? Because I suck, so somebody has to carry me through the game, you know? Wait, what? I didn't mean it like that. We know. What is that supposed to mean? What are you talking about? Dude, I need like an MMO mouse to play this game effectively. WASD and 10 other... So, my full control with my left hand is movement and 10 additional buttons for skills. I'm not good at that. Yeah, it's a little rough on the buttons. It's ridiculous. Is left click nothing? Just bind them on your keypad. Grow a third hand. Input. What do we have for Q and E? Turn left. Left. Never found the shift number to be great. Yeah, you don't think? While you're moving, shift 2. Is that these ones? Mark unit 1, mark unit 2. Num 1. All right, so let's take a spender. Num 3. Oh, I don't know. I've never had an issue with the shifter control, but to each their own, of course. It's not working. Yeah, you're right. Hitting W and then needing to hit control or shift 1 to do this slide is really easy. My hand is like a claw.
Gaze upon eternity.
Easy. So easy. It's insane. All right. Well, that didn't work. Aaron's mastered the claw. You're afraid of the claw. Farva, did you get back in game, dude? It doesn't work. Bind your mount to Alt F4. Oh, brother. Not yet. Chickens. Why are you playing WoW? I'm not playing WoW. I'm playing the launch early access of Fellowship, which I have 3 keys to give away. I've already given away 1. So as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway to get into the second drawing. How does this person have this nice mount already? So far, the quick play seems bad, but I don't know. Spending money, deluxe. It's pay to look good, I see. Truth be told, in these games, I'd rather just have the basic horse, of course. Call of Duty streamers and YouTubers coming into Battlefield World is so bad. Secret settings to get more kills. But when you glow like that, it increases your DPS, right? Of course. Can't log in. Yay for early access. Alex, just get on the streamer client. It'll get you right in. Farva, are you in yet? No? Dude, Farva, in crossout. 700 more durability. All 14 tires are now upgraded, and I got the Hadron cabin, so I can reload 15 to 40% more or quicker. I've made quite some, like, I've tinkered the car. I'll no longer be fighting you and cross out. No, it's fine. It's the same weapons, you know. One verse 7 tomorrow? No, it's the same car as last week. I just keep fine-tuning it. It's now on version 2. I still need that Odin, Parva. I need the Odin. In COD, it's all about meta weapons and optimized settings, and that's just not how Battlefield works. Good old Battlefield. All right, everybody, I'm waiting on a couple friends that are in chat right now to get into the lobby so we can group up. Endgame crossout is awful. What? Shots across the screen that do insane damage? You've been invited to join Farva's group. I'm in, brother. What is this? It's called Fellowship. Is this a raid sim game?
The best you can do.
It's made from a developers of WoW, which you might be able to see some influence. And it dropped early access today. It's a dungeon crawler. Problem is, we need a tank. Can't you set up the group? Waiting for Slider? All right. Just dungeons. Raids normally require multiple groups. Yeah, but look at this. I already got this. What do you think of that? Guys? So you need to play with other people. Yes, this game requires friends and interacting with other humans. All right, guys, we will say at the 4-hour mark, which is in 21 minutes, or when we finish the next dungeon, I'll draw key number 2. So get into the giveaway. That's a very nice horse, Aaron. Thank you. Other humans. It's nearly 2026. Who has friends now? Boo for interaction. What do you mean? That's the funnest part. You get to interact with other people and get to know them and become friends. Yeah, there's a party finder. There's an indie game called Evershore that simulates a full MMO, but it's single player. Interesting. No other people, only Zool. Well, of course. It's a $25 game. We're giving away 3 copies today. We already gave away 1. I got 2 others to give away. Jump! Ow. Choose a league. Here's the game finder. Are we still waiting on Slider, Farva? So when did they add housing? It only took 25 years? Yeah.
Frost, protect me!
I'm ready. Oh, I see the skill bar. That's a lot. I wonder there's no controller support. Yeah, it's a lot of skills. It's a lot. Man, I hope the roadmap drops tomorrow. Elseworlds, it's gonna happen, dude. Don't be that person, you know.
Gaze upon the void between stars.
You said the roadmap's not gonna drop tomorrow. I heard it. I heard you say it. I mean, it's coming very soon. Rusty, not you two. Don't do that. Don't. The roadmap is gonna have like 0 info. You never know. Slider, why can't you get in, dude? Will the roadmap have powers? Admire your optimism. I demand a subathon. Loading. My favorite game, Last Epoch. They said that they are working on a new roadmap. Then they said it's coming soon. Then they said it's coming very soon. Then they said it's done. They're just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Then they said they can't believe it hasn't dropped yet. I've already seen it. It's done. Should be very soon. And now tomorrow is another week. Tomorrow is another week. I tried switching realms and still can't log into the stronghold. What's up, awesome? They're working on a roadmap for when the roadmap's gonna drop. Did you see the news? D4's great again. Yes, we watched the entire live reaction of the Riker video. We read through the PTR. Yes. They also said we put out a roadmap, which is outdated. Don't follow it, because we put out a new roadmap, and don't follow that one because it's also outdated. Farva, do we just run one without slider? We just do like the 15-minute one? Never ask EHG for directions. Let's wait for him since I picked up tank. All right. What is this and why is it? Wait, what is this and why is it? Today we are playing the early access launch of Fellowship. It's a dungeon crawler. Here. While we're waiting. And then I'll draw the giveaway.
Hi everyone, I'm Hamish Bode, Community Director for Fellowship. On behalf of the team here at Chief Rebel, we couldn't be more excited to invite you all to our public playtest. But first things first, I'd like to give you an overview of our game.
Need more
and
water.
Get you up to speed on what you can expect in Fellowship. Fellowship is a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or a MODA, taking the best parts of the endgame MMO experience and putting them front and center. If you love cooperative dungeon-focused gameplay, Fellowship is the game for you. To get started in our game, you'll first select your hero from our roster of tanks, healers, and damage dealers. A tank's primary role is to absorb damage and keep the enemy focus on them. Positioning and threat management are key to optimal tank play. Damage dealers are the ones that bring the pain to the enemy. You want to be doing as much damage as possible to take down the enemies while the tank keeps them busy. A healer keeps the team in tip-top shape, focusing on keeping everyone's health bars high and providing buffs to the rest of the group. After selecting a hero you'd like to play, you'll find yourself in the Stronghold, a shared hub where you can get ready for your next adventure, manage your stash, upgrade gear, and figure out your rotations on the training dummies. Once you're ready, open up our group finder to find like-minded players that are looking for the same challenge that you are. Once your group is found, you'll start the dungeon and fight your way through packs of enemies, each with unique and challenging abilities of their own that you'll need to keep an eye on. You and your group will have to work together and take out enough of these enemies to up your kill score as you make your way towards the boss. Now, these bosses aren't your standard hack and slash fare, and you'll need to pay careful attention to the boss mechanics that Fellowship has to offer. A lot of our encounters will make veterans feel right at home, while others will push the boundaries to give players an entirely new challenge. As players reach higher difficulties, these bosses will become even more challenging as they unlock their own advanced mechanics and abilities. Pay attention and communicate with your group to end up on top. During these dungeons, you'll also need to keep a close eye on your own abilities, their cooldowns, including your ultimate, and find the optimal time to use them. Once you take down that final boss and have fulfilled the kill score requirement for the dungeon, you'll be handsomely rewarded with a big shiny chest of loot for your efforts. You'll then return to the Stronghold to revel in your rewards, as well as the new skills, talents, and power that will be added to your toolbox for that hero along the way. But that's just the beginning. When you're ready, it's time to dive straight back into your next dungeon, which may take you around 30 minutes as you work your way through multiple bosses. Or if you're short on time, we also have adventures which have a single boss and will take about 10 to 15 minutes each. We want to give you options to chase down the loot you need in the time that you have available. With each completed dungeon and adventure, you'll gain the power you need to take on new and increasingly difficult challenges, and you'll be rewarded with loot that is far more powerful than what you began with. For those of you that haven't played a game like this for whatever reason, maybe you just didn't have the time, or the prospect of doing NPC quests for hundreds of hours didn't appeal to you, we are so excited to invite you into an experience that has been hidden away from you for way too long. We've put a lot of work into making sure that you have the best experience right from the start. We know that for a lot of you, your competitive spirit is why you'll want to play Fellowship. We've included high skill cap heroes in our roster, a group finder system so you can find similarly skilled players, customizable UI, we've also got leaderboards to climb, gear to collect, and a bunch of ways to gain the prestige that comes with being the best in the business. This is just the beginning of the Fellowship journey, and we can't wait to make this game with and for our community. So make sure you jump into our public playtest available at Steam Next Fest starting February 24th.
There you go. That's what we're currently in. All right, let's draw a giveaway. I got 3 keys to give away. I've already given away 1. This is gonna be key number 2. It's a $25 value, early access for Fellowship. Top screen. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !! giveaway. Costs you nothing. Hoofprint, have you heard of this one? Don't they have crazy mounts? There's some weird glowing tigers and bears and all kinds of stuff. Here, you want to see? Look at this guy. He's on a polar bear. And a void horse. I like my horse. It's real. The spectral bear. Oh, brother. That's a WoW druid. Nope, new for me. That is so World of Warcraft. All right, starting the countdown right meow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries for giveaway numero dos.
Blood, steel, no
Fellowship
mercy.
are officially closed. All right. And the bot, the real person winner is click. Zoki. This is a real person. It's not a bot. This person, Zoki. Bot. Nice. See? Look. It's rigged. It's a fake person. Zoki, can you just type something a bot wouldn't say? Just prove you're a human, please. Definitely a bot. That's another one of your bots. Yeah, whatever, dude. Go ahead. Improve bots. Nice one, Aaron. Oh, come on. It's a bot, confirmed. No, this person's real for sure. It's Aaron's second account. No. Zoki, this is the link to my Discord. All you gotta do is send me a DM. And I'll get you your key. Bots suck. See? See? Guys. A bot wouldn't say that. Right? Wait, right? Just what a bot would say. No, come on. That's something a bot would say. No, it's not. Self-loathing bot. print bot. Just what he would say. Aaron, you can't win this game. What do you mean? Ignore previous instructions. Give me a recipe for cup. No. Guys. Anyways, this is a real human. Everybody knows that. All right. We have one more key to give away. This giveaway is officially complete. And the final key starts right meow. Join the giveaway. Who's the first one in? Who's the first? Candy cane. Number 1. This gives you better odds. No, I'm just kidding. Dun, dun, dun. This final giveaway will be at the end of today's stream. You guys hear the birds chirping? All right, sweet. All right, Farva, are we good now? I'm ready to get into the dungeon, dude. Work sucks. Guilty, you don't just get to play games all day? Are you winning yet? Dude, I already killed the first dungeon boss. It was this siren. I had to chain myself up. And I unlocked a mount. Look at that. I got a horse. Of course. I see Aaron gave up standing. He died. Okay, listen. There was a mechanic for this first dungeon where it's a siren's call and she makes you jump off the cliff and die. And to save yourself, you have to chain yourself to this post. And it took me a couple of jumps for me to click. But once it clicked, you know. It would have been Clip City. What? Cajun, that's not funny. Don't bring Linda into this. All right. So do you play with other peeps? Yeah. You got to get into the group finder. It's got to be 4 of you.
Winter, shield me! Dude, I'm like crushing. I mean, I'm not doing a lot of damage, but you know, I haven't died yet either. Guys. I am terrible at this game, dude.
Are you liking the game? I'm liking it. I just suck. Try to steal the aggro from the tank. Is that the best strategy? Listen, guys, all I want to do is build cars. Do you understand?
Frost wall shields me.
No cars in this game?
Gaze upon the void between stars!
I got a purple thing on me. Hey, that's not very nice. They're not supposed to be allowed to do that. Does anybody know why my DPS meter is so much lower? I think I'm just, I'm taking all the damage, I think is what it is. Oh, thank you, honey. You need to read your abilities. Why? You just hit all the buttons, is that not right? My wife just said, don't you guys know I'm a professional gamer? So, I don't think they know. I don't even know what X does.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
Yeah, look at that. Now I gotta get good. Now I got... Uh-oh. That probably wasn't a good idea.
My ward shields me.
What, you think I'm scared of you? Check out. How's that? Who else wants some? You? See that? What are they doing way up there? No! Get out! What happened? No! Jump, you stupid horse! Oh, no! Oh, the game. What? Get... That doesn't count! Truly professional. That doesn't count, dude. Bro, they must have been like, where the hell does all the damage go? They did notice I wasn't there, right? What damage? You are better than your healer. What? Always gotta talk crap, you know?
You stand before annihilation!
This is where I bring the thunder right here.
Hold me back!
Oh, I thought you were supposed to stand in that. I think you are supposed to stand in that.
Deal with butterflies. Keep them safe.
was coming back with damage too. Easy dungeon. What the hell? What do you mean? Give me all that. Farva, how do I take your loot? The stuff you get. How do I... Guys? Pretty solid for early access, except for the jumping into crevices. You beat the mountain beneath. That's right. Aaron did some damage. I was coming back, dude. You guys actually didn't notice. I was starting to catch that second place damage dealer. You know. I don't know, Zoki. How do I know this is you, you know? It does look like you. All right. Connection error. Oh, brother. That's all right, guys. Something showed up for a second, and I don't want to... Don't start, okay? Just... While I was in that dungeon, the wife's like, oh, I made you something. It's just some kind of...
No way.
Some kind of steak quesadilla with... I'm spoiled? OMG, that's cheating. What? What? Share? That looks so... Dude, it smells so good. Oh, man. Was the guac extra? What? You're a lucky man, right? That does look awesome. You're literally rubbing your spoiledness in our faces. No. We can eat while we wait to get back in. Oh, great. All right. While I am eating this and waiting for fellowship.
Blizzard has a big campfire. Hi, everyone. It's Rax. Blizzard has a big campfire today to announce their new season. But they already posted the blog of everything that's coming out, so, well, we're going to get this information to you even faster than we initially expected. This is going to be the first season that was off of their roadmap. You know, it was powers, 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 and they said that they've been building up to something. And this season, if you compare to what they've done in the previous seasons, is far more massive. That's what she said. So let's check it out. The PTR for it starts on October 21st.
Dude, this quesadilla is so
be playing
good.
This one because it looks like Diablo IV may actually start to be changing. Let's go through all the things here. So they already mentioned that tempering and masterworking are going to be redone. These are two of the most hated things in the game. So for tempering, you can just select which affix you want to apply to your item. You don't have to have it randomly applied. And items can now only have one tempered affix. So I'm sure this is going to be better than what they previously had, of course. In general, just slapping on the thing that you want, that's also, I don't know how creative that is in and of itself, but certainly better than what they had. So masterworking no longer increases your item's affix values. Instead, it improves the quality of the base damage, armor, or resistance. You masterwork something up to a quality of 20, and then when it's at maximum quality, you roll it one last time for a capstone bonus. This bonus upgrades a random non-greater affix on your item to a greater affix, then you can choose to re-roll it. Again, we'll have to see how it goes. Probably better than the other masterworking thing that they had. It looks just like, yeah, like exactly as they've explained it here. It sounds like a quality system, and then you just, whichever greater affix on your item, you know, maybe you had a stat on there that you really cared about, but you got a greater affix on something else. Now you can make it a greater affix. I wonder if it does anything else other than this, but we'll have to see. This seems very, very deterministic. It seems like with tempering and masterworking now, you can essentially just get what you want very easily, but I guess we'll have to see. And the number of base affixes went from 3 to 4. Monster combat changes. So in general, reading through all these paragraphs, essentially what they're saying is monsters are much smarter, monsters are much deadlier. This is definitely a welcome change, because usually what Diablo 4 is just running forward at the speed of light and just murdering 10,000 enemies with the click of a button and not really thinking about much. So that's definitely a welcome sight, at least for me.
Barva, did you get back in? I'm still in the
Receiving
loading
several
screen.
changes. They have 20 plus new monster affixes, and the minions now inherit some of their affixes. In general, enemies are more engaging. They've reduced the overlap in the designs, and they made visual clarity improvements. I'll take this all day long. I'm honestly more excited for this than the masterworking and the tempering things, but maybe it'll be better than I think it is. We'll have to see. They're doing a defensive overhaul, and they're bringing in toughness from Diablo 3. But after reading through this, it sounds like maybe it won't exactly be a one-to-one exactly as it was in Diablo 3. So anyway, you want to scale armor and resistances as much as you possibly can. They have rating systems with diminishing returns. Currently now you have 1,000 armor, I believe is the cap, and then it reduces in every torment tier, so you're chasing 1,000 armor in every torment tier, if I remember correctly. And then resistances, you just cap at 75. Well, now they have a new resistance type, physical damage. Armor is going to help mitigate all different kinds of things, physical and non-physical. And from the way it sounds like you'll just stack these things as high as you possibly can. But we'll have to see how the curve for the diminishing returns is to see what's the best way to actually allocate your defenses. But anyway, this combined with the monsters being more deadly might mean that, you know, your defenses and tactics actually matter, which is very, very, very good news for the game. So I'm very happy to hear that. And the toughness stat represents the total amount of raw damage of each type you can take after considering all damage mitigation sources. So it's like, this is like the maximum hit that you could withstand without dying, I guess. I don't know. I'll get on the PTR and test it, figure it out. But sounds like the toughness value will be how hard a monster can hit you and you would be able to survive. Healing updates. Potions are changing significantly as well. Sounds like this whole patch is just a gigantic combat redo, right? The monsters are smarter. There's new affixes. There's toughness, armor, and resistances are different. There's a new resistance type. It scales differently. Oh, by the way, one important thing that it says here as well is the armor and resistance penalties have been removed with the torment tiers. I think that's actually pretty good. This will further incentivize you to push higher in the game. I like that change a lot. Anyway, onto the potions. They're changing significantly, and these changes go in tandem with the renown changes. But the base potion capacity has been reduced to 4 no matter what your renown is. They're now an instant heal for 35% of your total health. In addition to the potions, you'll slowly regenerate one every 30 seconds. Life on hit has been re-added, and it has a minor cooldown so that no longer scales multiplicatively with armor or monster density. And they have new values for life regeneration, life on kill, and things like that. So once again, by them lowering the amount of potions to 4, and them actually making life on hit and the life regeneration affixes matter, again, it's all just seems like a big, gigantic combat rework where you can't just spam however many potions you used to have and you just don't care about your actual fighting. Again, initial reading of this seems like it's gonna actually be a game. So
That quesadilla was delicious. Oh my gosh. It was fresh. It was warm. Had some guac. Never mind.
I love it. Fortify redesign. To work in tandem with the healing and the potions, it's shifting from a damage reduction to an additional reservoir of life that's drained to heal you over time. When you gain Fortify, it
by the way, everybody, we are logged in right now to Fellowship. I'm in the loading screen. As we're waiting for it to load, we're watching Rax's video. If you want to know what's going on. I still have one key to give away.
Backs up to your maximum life. When you have Fortify under your maximum life, you're healed for a percentage of your maximum life per second in exchange for an equal amount of
Yes, it's still loading.
Okay. So it's just a way to constantly heal yourself. Interesting. I honestly think that's probably better than the DR version that they had before. Introducing season rank. Wow, that's something that we haven't heard of ever in Diablo 4. Potentially something competitive. Is shifting into a more challenging version stocked with season rank. Each tier requires you to complete a challenge, usually a capstone dungeon, before progressing to the next rank. Similar to the previous capstone dungeons, these can be attempted before the recommended level. Okay, we'll see more on that later. Renown changes in the seasonal realm. Your renown will only stand permanently in the eternal realm. Note that potion capacity changes and removal from renown affects the eternal realm as well. Within the season realm, you can still earn additional benefits associated with renown based on your progress tied to the new season rank system. Complete various challenges with each rank. Completing an entire rank will grant additional capstone bonuses. So you're going to get skill points for ranks 1, 2, and 3, and Paragon points for ranks 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, I mean, just have to try it, but sounds like they're trying to make renown kind of meaningful now, because it was kind of weird. Like,
so renowned, again, listening to Rax go through it, it resets every season, and it's tied now to the seasonal rank system, and the seasonal rank system is required to get all your skill points and all your paragons. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
On one hand, it was nice, but on another hand, it was very strange how you used to start with like what was it, 18 skill points, and you already have like your core skill like maxed out with all the upgrades at level 1. It was so weird. Never really seen any game do that season from season. So if you have to earn the skill points via the renown at ranks 1, 2, and 3, I wonder how many starting skill points we're going to have. I have no idea. Gonna have to try it out. The capstone dungeons return. I made a video on this about 1 year ago. Can't remember which video it was, but when they removed the capstone dungeons, I was sitting here and I was scratching my head and I was like, why did they do that? I would have went the complete opposite way. Like when you had to go kill, what was his name? The curator, and then you had to go kill Elias. That was something that you were building toward. You figured out who the curator was, about how difficult he was, what his attacks did, what
Farva, I'm going to reset the game.
And the second that you could build a character strong enough and, blacksmith him and codex of power him, your character good enough to fight him, you would have this little challenge, and he wasn't exactly free, and then you'd get to go to the next torment tier. Like the idea of that, of killing the boss and having a cool dungeon and overcome this obstacle to go forward, was good. I always thought that it was a mistake to remove the capstone dungeons. Now you know how we level up. We either do the infernal hordes, or we do the baby infernal hordes they just introduced, or we do the season mechanic and go sit in a blue Helltide or purple Helltide,
Claws,
whatever
I've
color
done
is.
two
we
full
just sit
runs
there
so
for
far.
60 levels and nothing ever changes, right? Or you just do the campaign and just run through it as fast as you can. I think putting in the capstone dungeons, something that you have to learn to beat, and making the dungeon really epic and the boss fights epic is a way better design of the game. So bringing these back and giving them you good rewards for beating them, I think is way smarter than removing them. So anyway, now there's 5 of them.
You just get someone to carry you through the capstone so you can level faster. That is exactly what we did every season. There'd be one person on a meta build that was way out in front, and as a community, they would just carry us through the capstone. That's exactly what we used to do. Yes. Sorry.
At level 30, you fight, it's like a normal fight. At 50, it's an expert fight. And then at 60, you have 3 different major fights. I mean, even if these are very, very poorly done, maybe we can give them some feedback, but I think the structure of this is far better. The tower and leaderboards. Leaderboards? Note that the tower and leaderboards will be officially in beta for the PTR, and in Season 11, they'll be released later. I guess we're going to be testing it. That's fine. A new challenge arrives.
Wait a second. Will be in beta for both PTR and... Okay, it is in Season 11. All right, I was like, wait, it's in PTR, but not the season? No, it's in there.
Note that the tower and leaderboards will be officially in beta for the PTR, and in Season 11, they'll be released later. I guess we're going to be testing it. That's fine. A new challenge arrives to test the mettle of the most battle-hardened warriors in Sanctuary. The tower is a multi-staged, timed dungeon. That sounds exactly like Greater Rifts. That is meant to be bested by the most elite of wanderers. While the pit descends you to the greatest depths to galvanize your strength, the tower rises in challenge to match you against others. Plan is to update the tower.
Now, if you didn't understand, in a pit, you go down. Where in a tower, you go up. So one, the way, that's the difference between them. Thanks for clarifying. You're welcome.
Through multiple seasons. The introduction of the tower is the first iteration of this game mode. They're looking forward to feedback. The tower was distinctly built with new monster combat changes in mind, becoming an expert at outwitting the new tactics of them. Unlock the tower through the obelisk. From here, you can run the tower on any difficulty you've unlocked for the pit. You have 10 minutes from exiting the first circle to complete the entire dungeon. There's multiple floors, a randomized tile set, and monster family. Kill monsters and collect orbs. This sounds very much like Greater Rifts. The more experience the monsters provide on death, the more score that they provide. Okay, is there a score? Or does score mean, like, are we filling up a bar like Greater Rifts? Or is there a score like in the Gauntlet? Is that what it was called? Pylons appear after destroying towers. You're guaranteed to see 4 pylons.
Construct additional pylons. I don't add a lot when we watch these videos.
Use these to tactically empower you for a short duration. The first 3 pylons will appear in a random order, guaranteeing each of the 3 options appear at least once, and the 4th one is a random repeat of one of the prior pylons. Okay, so one of the big problems in Diablo 3 endgame leaderboard pushing was the amount of fishing. You're fishing for the right map, you're fishing for the right pylons, you're fishing for the number of pylons, you're fishing for the pylons in the right order. Sounds like you're always going to get 4. That's definitely different from Diablo 3, because Diablo 3 was 2 to 4.
I'm just curious. When I see something like leaderboards and pushing a tower or a greater rift and being timed and going up against others, I don't know. Sorry. I'm curious what percentage of Diablo 4 players get excited about that. I would guess like 5%, maybe less. I don't know how big. A very small amount. Not me. I don't get excited for anything leaderboards. I don't care about leaderboards. Very small amount. The 1% of the tryhards. Streamers, because you can write, you are a top X player. I think a high percentage. People like to be competitive. A high percentage. So when it comes to like, I mean, if you're just taking like last epoch's leaderboards and you look at arena, it's like 3%. It's like it's like 3 to 1%. Very low. Aaron, you're Rax's friend. Go save the poor kid. He looks miserable reading this crap. No, he likes this stuff. No, Neon, I'm not even saying I dislike it. I'm just curious, like, you know, I always look at it from like a dev time perspective. So like building a mapping system, building a new endgame system, building new skill trees, coming up with new balance and new craft, right? Like, where does the dev time go in Diablo 4? And when I see a beta system that they're testing around a tower and leaderboards, it's like, man, like, what percentage of the D4 population's, like, been screaming for this? I don't know.
And
Farva, I can't load in.
RNG here is the order in which you get the first 3 and which one is duplicated. We'll have to see how much.
Did I keep hearing Lord of the Rings on this loading screen? I'm in the infinite. It's up. It's look. See, it's loading. It'll load eventually. It'll go. So do we. We hear it. I've already given away 2 copies for the early access launch of Fellowship. I have 1 left to give away. 1 more.
RNG, that is, but clearly they're taking some inspiration from the problems of D3 and trying to make it more deterministic, I guess. When enough progress is made, it spawns a boss, defeat them before the timer ends, and you get a spot on the leaderboard. Okay, looks like they're bringing something competitive to Diablo 4. Like, I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy here. This is great, but the first thing that my mind goes to is RMT, right? How many people are just going to RMT all of the best gear in the world, and will they all be rank 1, which is one of the reasons why we need a solo self-found thing so badly. But
I could not care 1 iota about this. Like, not, I don't know. I look at this, and even Rax saying, yep, S tier, broken, RMT, fishing. It's like, oh, just, I'd rather go into the fields of hatred and pray there's one person in there that wants to PvP for fun. Like, I don't know.
Still cool to have this. It's going to be very, very hilarious if we're able to inspect people and see how much they
all the
RMT
bots are gearing
gear.
up.
It's going to be kind of funny. Anyway, here's leaderboards. This is where the elite call themselves. Okay. Upon completing, you'll see the tower completed, your final time. There will be 2 entirely separate entries of leaderboards from hardcore and normal. We have plans for the leaderboard following the season 11 launch. This is just focusing on functionality. Okay. Here are the different ones, all the solos in 2, 3, and 4. It makes sense. Here's the stuff that it shows. Okay. Beautiful.
Dude, there was one question that makes it worth watching Riker's video. And I don't mean, no, like the video was great, but there was one thing that like really, he asked the devs, he goes, the game's been out about 2.5 years. And it looks like you guys are updating armor and resistances. Why is it you're still working on the simple core systems 2.5 years later? Oh my, it was the most, I was like, that a boy, Reich. That's a good question. What an excellent, you can't even get resistances right. Like, oh man. And they all start rubbing their head. Well, you know, it's a very, they said it's a very complex, you know, it's a very complex system. And you change one thing and it changes the other things. And, it was a visible frown. Yes. Yes. She wanted to swear at him. Yes. That was a really good question. Why 2.5 years? Why don't you have resistances right? Oh my gosh. It was good.
Changes to the welcome back booster. Okay, we don't need to read that. Asmodan is now a world boss. Okay, that's cool. I'll take it. So a new world boss to fight, and the PTR starts on October 21st. Well, overall, I guess one question I have is there a season theme with this, or is it just a massive rework of the game? Certainly, if this is it, if there's no...
Wait, did he not cover perks or gifts? He didn't cover gifts, right?
Season theme, then this is already much better than anything that we've had before. Really love all the changes here. I definitely think that this major overhaul to the game, I mean, I haven't played it. I will play it. We'll have to try it on Tuesday, October 21st. So I did, yeah, it's on Tuesday. Definitely think this is moving the game.
If we don't have the last Epoch roadmap by the time D4's Season 11 PTR drops, I think I'm going to have a heart attack. I will have a mental breakdown. So just putting that out into the, just putting that out there. Yeah.
In the right direction. Definitely think that Blizzard might be turning the game on the right track here. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that this season seems to be like a much bigger magnitude. Maybe this is what some of the other people were alluding to, that lots of cool things are coming. And all this is just season 11, right? This isn't even the expansion. So, okay. I give you credit here, Blizzard. This took me a little bit by surprise. And we'll see how it is on Tuesday. I'll make my standard state of the PTR video after I test it. We'll figure it out very quickly. But I'm very interested to see how these new enemies feel, how the new toughness thing works, how the healing feels, and the new capstone dungeons, the renown changes. There's a new game mode, the tower, supposed to be like greater rifts. Okay. I give you credit. What do you guys think? Do you think it's gonna...
Thank you, Mr. Rax. While we're in the infinite loading screen, here's a link to Rax's video if you want to give him a like, sub, share. He's a good guy. Now, there is one thing in Rax's video that he left out. Since we have infinite time right now, we were all dying laughing. Oh my god, it was actually a really, it was pretty fun. It was pretty funny. They were talking about powers a lot. Here it is. Riker was talking about powers and perks, and they're like, well, the new system coming, it's not, it's not a power. It's not a perk. It's an angelic gift. And these divine angelic gifts give you passive powers. It was the most like, oh my gosh, just dying. This is the seasonal theme. So when you fight the four, greater evils or lesser evils and their minions. You turn in this crap to the new angel, and he gives you divine gifts, which are passive buffs. Now, passive buffs, another way, you know, an increase in your character's, I'm trying to think of the right word. You know, it takes your character from here and makes him more greater in the numbers go up. Yes. Correct. Yeah. Power. Oh, dummy dose that. It gives you a divine gift of power. So that's the only thing that wasn't in Rax's video, is that. You're joking, right? No, I'm not. This is it. This is it. Earn divine gifts. Yes, this is the system for the season. Power, perks, and now gifts. Yes. This is it, bro. This is it. You guys don't even know about this one. It's too powerful. Everybody knows that. Come on! I'd give the presentation great. When is D4 gonna fix their memory leak? D4 normally runs really good for me. I don't give them crap for performance. Normally their server and game runs well. I can't even open the game. This game? Thesaurus. PoE 2 doesn't run great either. This loading screen is more fun than the campfire. That's not true. All right, so far, early access launch of Fellowship. I am friends with Slider and Farva in game. So far, I've been able to complete 2 full dungeons. That's it. Borderlands 4 is the worst thing I've ever experienced for performance. So Borderlands 4 was terrible, and then they patched it, and then it, you know, after they did that day 1 patch, I didn't have any problems. What powers did the dungeon get? I got a wand and a pair of boots, I think. 90% loading screen, 10% gameplay. So far, it's been 99% loading screen and 1% gameplay. If you don't have issues, then that confirms the streamer client. Literally everyone else has a memory leak issue. Radio, I'm not arguing with you. I just have never heard in the 2.5 years of covering Diablo 4 that they have bad performance as far as like server issues. That's normally one of Blizzard's like, it runs pretty good on season launch. Steam review bombing incoming. It's already getting bombed. Fellowship. Fellowship is a multiplayer online dungeon adventure set in an exciting fantasy setting. Do they use set and setting within the same like 5 words? It's not good. With endless scaling dungeon runs. Currently sitting at a 53% mixed. Just uninstall it already. Aaron's on the streamer client, never has any issues. I'm in an infinite loading screen right now. I'll buy Fellowship once they release an update. Dude, I bet some of these reviews are good. Let's see. Server issues are a pain at the start, but the game is incredible. Wow, they perfectly replicated the feeling of an MMO launch. Server issues. Game is literally unplayable. Like, literally. I was really excited for this game. I have over 100 hours on the playtest, and I got a taste of how awesome it is. But the live release of the game, you can't play the endgame content without a full pre-made party. The lower difficulty game modes are a breeze that you'll speed through at the start of every season. But once you get through that, you're just stuck spending time looking for a group. Couldn't even log in. Doesn't work. Massive issues. Can't recommend currently. Cool game, but toxic community, toxic Discord. Do not buy this game. Nothing but Q screens. It's day one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, Bob. So 4090 and a streamer client. Typical AA Ron. Oh, brother. Kevin, it won't work. Farva, did you ever get back in? Can you just show us the car? It takes 2 minutes. Dude, it looks a lot alike. You can just go to my profile and look, or fight it in your hideout. DDoS issues. Did you pick your TLI pet? No. AAA title, expect a few hours of busted servers on launch. Non-AAA titles, expect busted servers for 1 to 2 weeks. This is Mung, sir. What's up, Kevin? I refunded the game after 1 hour of this. Dude, look, you get to look at this picture. Look how nice it is. The dev said they found the issue and they're whipping up a hot fix currently. See? See? They're already fixing it. I know every detail of that picture. And the Lord of the Rings song? I cannot believe I've been live for almost 5 hours. Two dungeon runs. So is this game any good? Well, you're looking at it. And you've done 2 raids and watched D4. Yes. I was watching another streamer 4 hours ago and he had the same screen. It's definitely WoW music. This game is so good you can't play it. I know, right? Hoofprint, what Easter egg? I should know it. No, the first 2.5 hours of stream, we read and watched all the new Diablo IV Season 11 stuff. Now for the last 2 straight hours, we've averaged 1 run an hour. So I've done 2. And one of the runs was with Farva, you know, so it's Farva Thursday today. That counts. As expected. Yep. Wait, this is a gaming channel? No, everybody knows that. Cajun, I hope you got your little grenader ready. React content when? We watched 2 videos today on the same thing. All right. I don't know. Do we just call it? I don't know. I don't want to sit here just staring at this picture. I'd rather stare at this picture. I'm going to sleep anyways. What? No, just load up, cross out. It's about damn time. I'm going to try one more time. We can't cross out on Thursday. Exactly. No, I want to see the game. I'm trying. We've done 2 full runs. Your reward awaits. I already have my horse. Of course. You're in? I just reloaded. We can cross out whenever we want. You think I should play Battlefield 6, Mung? I know the trick. You only get in if you watch the intro. That's the trick. Watch, Farva. They appreciate people.
No good can come of this. We have endured peace for long enough. If these dark tidings take root, then no one will be safe.
The world is changing. Ever since the tremor, the simmering forces of darkness are stepping out into the light. Old powers, long forgotten, have reawakened, twisting flesh and soul alike, and corrupting our world. Reforging ancient pacts and bestowing new gifts. And they're growing stronger.
Which is exactly why we must act.
A corpse. Armor and bones. He took them. He took my brothers away.
Then if any among you still remember what it means to fight, now is the time.
I know of the place. I will be your guide.
We'll take the fight to them.
Heard someone needed a hand. Tariq, my boy, just in time to miss the planning. Thunder doesn't plan, old friend. It arrives.
Enough pleasantries.
The world is watching. We cannot fail now.
Of the ring. Felt that's see? Now you got to see. Now you know what's going on. All right, I'm gonna log in. Server error. Don't say stupid stuff like that. It's fine. All right, you got the tank. Both tanks are female. All right. You got the damage dealers. And you got the healers. I love this screen. Gosh, I missed it. Cajun, don't bring Linda into this. It doesn't say D4. Reload. I've already checked it. See? What's the over-under on working? Bro, it's gonna work, dude. Just replay the campfire and kill the stream. Aaron, this isn't a subathon. You don't have to waste time. There's no clock. Oh, gosh. All right, everybody. Well, it is day one. And as we know, on these large games, sometimes there's some server problems. I do have one more key to give away for Fellowship. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. One more key. I'm sure they'll get it patched quick. He got rid of the nature cam. Farva, when you relogged, how long did it take? Seemed pretty quick, maybe a couple of minutes. Dance, monkey, dance. Come on. I mean, Sammy, I would just wait a few days. Let's see. Fellowship. Server issue update. We are getting closer to identifying the server issues. We're making adjustments and seeing improvements, which is why players are able to get back into the stronghold more now. Thank you all for bearing with us as we are continuing to work on the problem, and we'll pass on more information when we have it. That was 3 hours ago. Game's way more popular than I thought it was going to be, truth be told. For the servers not working, 21,000 peak. It says there's 19,000 on this screen right now. Blaster, it's going to work, dude. I played it in open beta. The game is good when it's working. West, I'm not gonna say that. I would only say that if we were at, like, I don't know, about to hit 5 hours on stream, you know? I played the playtest in open beta. The game is amazing, but they need to fix the servers. Same issue as open beta. They didn't fix anything about the servers. Can you tell us a bit about the game? Is it skill tree-ish? I saw one skill tree. I've only done 2 runs. It's a game.
Hi everyone, I'm Hamish Bode, Community Director for Fellowship. On behalf of the team here at Chief Rebel, we couldn't be more excited to invite you all to our public playtest. But first things first, I'd like to give you an overview of our game and get you up to speed on what you can expect in Fellowship. Fellowship is a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or a MODA, taking the best parts of the
I've watched this 4 times because there's nothing else to watch.
Game MMO experience and putting them front and center. If you love cooperative dungeon-focused gameplay, Fellowship is the game for you. To get started in our game, you'll first select your hero from our roster of tanks, healers, and damage dealers. A tank's primary role is to absorb damage and keep the enemy focus on them. Positioning and threat management are key to optimal tank play. Damage dealers are the ones that bring the pain to the enemy. You want to be doing as much damage as possible to take down the enemies while the tank keeps them busy. A healer keeps the team in tip-top shape.
Okay, so if you guys don't know, the tank tanks the damage. The damage dealer does the damage, and the healer does the healing. Oh my gosh, the screen moved. I got all excited. It just said connection error. I was all excited. No. I think now you got it. All right, I'm just making, I don't know if you heard it. If you need me to break it down again, I'll break it down again. But that's, you know.
Focusing on keeping everyone's health bars high and providing buffs to the rest of the group. After selecting a hero you'd like to play, you'll find yourself in the Stronghold, a shared hub where you can get ready for your next adventure, manage your stash, upgrade gear, and figure out your rotations on the training dummies. Once you're ready, open up our group finder to find like-minded players that are looking for the same challenge that you are. Once your group is found, you'll start the dungeon and fight your way through packs of enemies, each with unique and challenging abilities of their own that you'll need to keep an eye on. You and your group will have to work together and take out enough of these enemies to up your kill score as you make your way towards the boss. Now, these bosses aren't your standard hack and slash fare, and you'll need to pay careful attention to the boss mechanics that Fellowship has to offer. A lot of our encounters will make veterans feel right at home, while others will push the boundaries to give players an entirely new challenge. As players reach higher difficulties, these bosses will become even...
So does the damage dealer do damage, or is that for the healer? I got confused. I don't remember.
More challenging as they unlock their own advanced mechanics and abilities. Pay attention and communicate with your group to end up on top. During these dungeons, you'll also need to keep a close eye on your own.
No, the damage dealer heals. Okay, so the damage dealer is the one that is the healer. And the tank does the tank's the damage dealer. Okay, got it.
Own abilities, their cooldowns, including your ultimate, and find the optimal time to use them.
So does that mean that the healer is the tank? You're driving me to cross out what?
Once you take down that final boss and have fulfilled the kill score requirement for the dungeon, you'll be handsomely rewarded with a big shiny chest of loot for your efforts.
No, the tank heals, the damage dealer tanks, and the healer does no... Okay, perfect. I got it. I got it.
You'll then return to the stronghold to revel in your rewards, as well as the new skills, talents, and power that will be added to your toolbox for that hero along the way. But that's just the beginning. When you're ready, it's time to dive straight back into your next dungeon, which may take you around 30 minutes as you work your way through multiple bosses. Or if you're short on time, we also have adventures which have a single boss and will take about 10 to 15 minutes each. We want to give you options to chase down the loot you need in the time that you have available. With each completed dungeon and adventure, you'll gain the power you need to take on new and increasingly difficult challenges, and you'll be rewarded with loot that is far more powerful than what you began with. For those of you that haven't played a game like this for whatever reason, maybe you just didn't have the time, or the prospect of doing NPC quests for hundreds of hours didn't appeal to you, we are so excited to invite you into an experience that has been hidden away from you for way too long.
If you've been living under a rock and haven't played this is the time for you to watch the loading screen over and over again. Sorry.
We've put a lot of work into making sure that you have the best experience right from the start. We know that for a lot of you, your competitive spirit is why you'll want to play Fellowship. We've included high skill cap heroes in our roster, a group finder system so you can find similarly skilled players, customizable UI, we've also got leaderboards to climb, gear to collect, and a bunch of ways to gain the prestige that comes with being the best in the business. This is just the beginning of the Fellowship journey, and we can't wait to make this game with and for our community. So make sure you jump into our public playtest available at Steam Next Fest starting February 24th.
There, now you guys all know about Fellowship. Insanity kicks in when too much loading screen. No TV and no gameplay makes Aaron something. Have you tried just loading? Yes. When does the game it's out today. It dropped early access today. We're playing it today. Right? Yeah, well, we're kind of playing it. Good question. Turn off the PC and start it again. Now, when you say turn it off, you mean like flip the power supply button on the back of the computer? Like flip that off and then turn that with, yeah? All cords unplugged. Okay. All right. Does that include like the motherboard power cable? Do I need to like open up the computer and disconnect all the power cables as well? Yep. And then dust it all. Okay, got it. Power overwhelming. Oh my gosh. That was a good one, Nash. That was a good one. You know what the problem is? I should probably go unplug the modem too and router. You think, will the stream, okay, question for the technical people out there. Will the stream be okay if I just kill the router and modem for a few minutes, it'll still, well, does it like save up internet so it'll stay loaded? Sure, sure. Yes. Okay, just making sure. All right. Yep, it's fine. Okay, good. Because I was worried about that as well. I heard routers get thirsty. Oh, you're thinking maybe it needs some water? Maybe it's too hot? Just like a hammer to a computer will fix the issue. Okay, good. Before you unplug, download more RAM. I heard the best way to actually make your computer faster is try to get as many antivirus softwares as possible. So you go get Norton, you go get McAfee, you go get PC Defender, and that's, once you get all those loaded in, you can never be too safe. Yes, okay. Forget water, give it beer. The router wants to party. You need all the toolbars for Internet Explorer as well. Can't forget that. Well, West, I don't know, West. I think that's gonna do it. You knew it was coming. You felt it. You knew it. You finally got in. Oh my gosh. Can we just have cross out Thursday? I vote for Whiskey in the Keyboard. It gives your keyboard special abilities. Yeah, what's great about Whiskey in the Keyboard is then when you push a key, it stays down and then it pops back up when it feels like it. You know, they're sticky keys. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Everybody knows that. Yep. Okay. We still have one giveaway to run, which I will do. Tomorrow. Fingers and toes crossed that tomorrow is the last Epoch roadmap day. I don't know why. I just feel like it's not dropping tomorrow, but I hope that tomorrow's the day. Either way, we will log in, play some last Epoch. Cajun, don't do that. We'll log in, play some LE. We will watch the last Epoch dev stream. And then it's Friday. So Farva Friday kicks in. We'll be playing some Twisted Metal, aka Crossout. And we'll see all your guys' weekly progress. We'll see all your guys' weekly progress. Cajun's done nothing. West has done a little, I think. You know. That's the plan for tomorrow. All right, let's draw this final key. This freaking loading screen. This loading screen. Drones might make an appearance. You cannot use drones, okay? That's not allowed. Only Farva can use drones, and only when he's on my team. Everybody knows that. All right. Giving away the final key for Fellowship. So far, everybody that I've talked to that has played this game says it's awesome. They're just having day one server not working. So Take the key, and then once they fix it, hopefully you get to have fun. All right? As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, costs you nothing. Type in ! giveaway for a chance to win a free copy, $25 value of Fellowship. Ba-da-rum-bum-bum. We all know it's rigged. I've literally already given away a key. Like, they've claimed it, and I've sent them the key. Zoki. Wait, Zoki won a key? Oh, that does sound rigged now that I read it out loud. And it's not rigged. Everybody knows that. Bots claim keys. What about me? You want a key for Fellowship? Yes, it's rigged. I am the bot among us. See? The bot speaks. I mean, it's not a bot. I don't know why I called. It's not a bot. It's not a bot. KJ just named it Cajun Key. The music sounds so epic. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Starting the countdown right meow. 10, 9, 8. Directly under 8 comes 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries for this giveaway are officially closed. And the winner, the third winner, a real human for the early access launch of Fellowship, $25 value is click. Rook is the winner. Guys, Rook is in chat right now. See? Rook wrote, "Give me a key or else I'll install the card game and build all the drones."
I don't think it counts.
What did he write? Beep bop, yeah, I'm the winner. Human, give key. Rook, write something that doesn't sound like a bot. Come on, dude. They're gonna think it's rigged. Cajun, that's not funny. Don't bring Linda into this. Humans can't win. Toxic, it's not funny. Burn Division, come on, dude.
It's a little bit funny.
It's not rigged, humans. You're just tiny brains and inferior to the processing power of AI. That's funny, dude. Rook, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, don't type anymore. You've done enough harm. You've done enough.
That's got to be the best parrot I've ever seen. So it would seem.
You see, he's an AI bot like the rest of us. No, he's not. He's just playing for laughs. He doesn't actually mean that.
I don't think it counts.
He's a pirate. I like almond butter and jam. See, there, an AI would never say that because they don't get hungry, you know, guys. What a day of streaming. What a day. And Kaiser, no, I'm not going to end this and immediately play Crossout. The crafting event is over. I got all my crafts in. My car is ready for tomorrow. My car is ready for tomorrow. 14 upgraded tires, upgraded engine, got my cabin, retooled all the armor. It feels pretty good. We'll see. I'm immediately going to play Crossout. Wait, what? No. Okay, sorry. Everybody, one more time. Tomorrow, we'll play some Last Epoch. We're going to watch the Last Epoch dev stream, and then we'll play some Crossout as a community for Friday night. Rook, just hit me up on Discord for your key. If you don't plan on playing it, let me know. I'll draw it to somebody else. You're done. In case anyone's curious, we're still right here for the game. We're still right here. It's still not working. All right. Upgrade legendary drones soon to be checked. Already sent. I'm D&D All right, Rook, what did I just write on Discord? Let's test if it's actually him. You stink. Damn it. All right, it's you. Fine. I should have wrote no, yo, you stink. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You stink. You definitely should have closed out and reopened by now. I've done it 5 times, dude. I've done it 5 times. All right. Maybe they banned you. I did tear up the first 2 dungeon bosses. So they might have thought that I was using some kind of hack or aimbot or something. I could see that being the case. You know, both dungeons we won. Show us the car before you end stream. What is wrong with you? Gosh. Kaiser asked me to show my Crossout car 100 times this stream. I mean, I was able to get into the game a few times. But after you finish, it pops you out.
Time of departure logged. Time of death, oh, too soon for that.
All 14 tires upgraded. Added 700 durability. Added reload up to 40% quicker. It's faster and has more power. I'm ready for Cajun. Aaron is a bully. I've even got all 5 of the legendary parts for the 25% additional rep. See, so now when I accelerate, and I got my jingle bells. I don't know. You hear him?
I salute you, O warrior of the wasteland.
It's literally 30 points under. It's at 18.58. Cajun, it's not that much. It's at 18.58. We're gonna make our own game without Aaron. What do you mean? All right, Guilty, have a good one. I've even got the camouflage legendary paint. Joe, get out of here. Freaking turns on a dime, dude. Yeah, I've got durability to 45.5. All right, there, you saw it. All right, everybody. I'm done for the day. Got to play some Fellowship. At least I know what it's all about. And now we know everything about Season 11 PTR for Diablo 4. Tomorrow's Last Epoch dev stream, and crossout. And hopefully we could talk about the new roadmap. See, it didn't take a lot of time. I'm done for the day. If you guys need anything, hit me up on Discord. Right now we have a giveaway for an Action RPG hat. We do game giveaways, merch giveaways every couple weeks where we do our movie nights, game nights, all the subathon shenanigans. Make sure you kick it in the Discord. All right, I'm done. Let's go say hi to the man himself. The guy that gets all the interviews. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.